Chapter 1815. Kill them all. Chapter 1815. Kill them all. Zenith Palace had extremely clear goals. The reason they came to the Akashic Dream battlefield was to hunt down the trial challengers from some smaller influences and gather merit points so they could exchange them for sect rewards later. Of course, if Zenith Palace obtained a high number of merit points, then that would also be proof of their strength. At that time, Empyrean Heaven Core would naturally bestow rewards upon them. This was their final goal. Now, after passing through several months of battle, Zenith Palace had already lost 40% of their disciples. There were still more than 2 years remaining until this session of the Akashic Dream battlefield ended, and yet they had lost 40% of their disciples. This caused the Zenith Vice Palace Master to have a gloomy complexion for the last several days. Their luck had been poor. As soon as they entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, they had run into several formidable opponents, and had suffered serious losses in the massive battles that occurred. Without a choice, the Zenith Vice Palace Master was forced to divide the remaining sub-6,000 disciples into groups depending on their strength. The strongest disciples were taken out and put together to form an elite squad. Like this, they wouldn't be burdened and their combat efficiency would also be higher. Now, this squad of around 100 people consisted of the outstanding elites from Zenith Palace. This included the Vice Palace Master, Jade River, Yi Fan, and many others. Yi Fan was somber. Zenith Palace had met so many powerful enemies and lost so many disciples. To him, the reason they suffered so much must have been because Lin Ming had betrayed them and given out their information. His speculations were all baseless, but the truth was that he didn't need proof, nor did he need to find out whether or not this was truly Lin Ming's fault. This was because Lin Ming had once beaten up Yi Fan under the gaze of everyone, and this caused Yi Fan to hate Lin Ming to the core. Thus, he didn't mind taking advantage of this moment to make sure Lin Ming's name was pushed into the gutter. Moreover, Lin Ming had quietly separated from the main group as soon as he had entered the Akashic Dream battlefield and hadn't been seen since. This caused many people to suspect that Lin Ming was actually the spy. Lin Ming appearing at Zenith Palace was strange to begin with, and he also came from some unknown origin. Above all, he was a human, someone that the spiriters would never consider one of their own. For these past days, Yi Fan had constantly attacked Lin Ming. Due to this, Jade River also appeared ill. She was the one who had brought Lin Ming into Zenith Palace, so all of these accusations were the same as saying she had brought a traitor into their ranks. Even so, Lin Ming's actions inevitably aroused Jade River's suspicions, and she didn't have any energy or rationale to explain them. In this situation, they continued passing through the barren mountains and rivers. The small influence that was Zenith Palace, who didn't know much of what was happening right now, suddenly saw the brilliant fireworks that stained the skies. By the time they saw the fireworks had already risen up very high into the air and had spread far and wide. Anyone could make out that these fireworks were in the design of a person's face. As for who this face belonged to, they weren't able to immediately distinguish. What is happening up there? Should we go take a look? A disciple suddenly proposed. Jade River frowned. She didn't want to cause any problems, but as she looked at the face in the far-off fireworks, a familiar feeling came to her. How come this face looks a little like Lin Muck? Jade River muttered to herself with doubts in her heart. The Vice Palace Master shook his head. It should only be a coincidence that they look alike. There is no reason that Lin Muck would have someone cast a signal flare into the sky because of him. This sort of signal flare is activated with inscription techniques, and it is considerably difficult to create as well as prohibitively expensive. The signal can spread to a wide range, and the one launching it should be someone from a large influence. As for the person depicted by the signal flare, it should be one of their most wanted criminals. The Vice Palace Master explained. In his opinion, if a large influence were to place a bounty on someone and in this manner, that person was likely some extraordinary figure. No one in the ranks of their Zenith Palace was capable of receiving such treatment. Bounty. Now that Vice Palace Master says that, I actually recall something. Just several days ago, the spirit race was issuing out news that they had placed a bounty on someone, and this person seemed to have stolen some sort of precious spirit medicine from the Soul Cave and caused an uproar in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although Zenith Palace had been engaging in guerrilla warfare in the wild mountains and plains for these past several months, because they had many people, there were always some disciples that managed to obtain news passing through the Akashic Dream battlefield. Oh, precious spirit medicine. The Vice Palace Master's thoughts stirred. He glanced at the other high-level figures from Zenith Palace and then finally said, "Let's go take a look from afar and see what the situation is like. If there is any danger, then we'll immediately leave." In the Akashic Dream battlefield, many people had the same idea as Zenith Palace. Their total war strength was weak, so it was impossible for them to even think of obtaining some top spirit medicine that could tempt an Empyrean or even a true divinity. They only wanted to join in on the fun and see just what was happening. Of course, there were also some people hoping to come and pick up some easy advantages. They didn't think they could obtain these precious spirit medicines, but if they ran into any corpses of powerhouses, they would be satisfied with sifting through them. Thus, underneath the incitement of the great fireworks in the sky, more and more martial artists arrived at the raised forest area. These people only stood at a distance, not daring to go forwards. And at this time, in a giant circle that everyone was standing on the side of, the center was filled with countless scattered bodies. Every corpse was mutilated and torn apart. Their deaths had been miserable. Because there were too many martial artists that had come, the corpses formed a thick layer over the ground. Their blood had gathered into flowing streams. As for Lin Ming, he grasped his spear and floated in the air above the pile of corpses. Killing intent surged out from his body, making him seem like an unrivaled Azura. His merit points had already reached 10 billion. Of course, these merit points had to be divided by his age. In truth, he had less than 100 million. With this amount, he couldn't even exchange for a tenth of the golden page. From this alone, it could be seen how difficult it was to obtain a golden page. Whoosh! At this time, Lin Ming hurtled forwards. He rushed in a direction and swung his spear. Spear light swept out and a divine brilliance radiated into the skies. Several heads immediately rolled to the ground. The companions of these dead people were enraged. They had originally come to steal the precious spirit medicine, but the Lin Ming in their eyes was far too ferocious. They didn't dare to attack him. They only watched from a far-off distance as spectators, but even so they never imagined that they would be sucked into this mess. "Why do you kill us?" Someone angrily shouted, unable to do anything to Lin Ming. "Those who kill should expect to be killed. You cannot hide your killing intent, so don't bother making excuses about your intentions." As Lin Ming spoke, the grand mist force field came shrouding down. The entire group fell to the ground, completely trapped in this force field. For a time, blood-red light flashed in the air as howls and screams filled the force field. No one was able to contend with Lin Ming. This wasn't even a battle but a massacre. The disparity was too great. The surrounding martial artists saw the bloody lights flashing in the force field and felt a cold chill crawl down their backs. They had all heard Lin Ming speak. Lin Ming had sensed that those people had thoughts of killing him, thus he attacked them. This was what he meant when he said those who kill should expect to be killed. In other words, even though Lin Ming was engaged in a titanic battle that had continued for a long time, his sense had already thoroughly locked onto everyone nearby. None of their movements had escaped his eyes. Just how terrifying was that? Run! Some people who held killing intent towards Lin Ming immediately began to run away. Their confidence had utterly collapsed. But at this time, Lin Ming flicked his fingers. Spear lights shot out and a massive number of martial artists were pierced to death. This moment had become their lives' most unforgettable scene. They had encountered a demon who they had no strength to resist. A tremendous number of merit points merged into Lin Ming's token. Lin Ming felt the token in his inner world heat up, as if it would start to combust on its own. This was a situation that rarely appeared in the past, where one's merit points increased so dramatically and rapidly. It had to be known that the people Lin Ming killed were not weak. Besides the merit points that they had themselves, they also had merit points they plundered after killing others. Now, all of their points belonged to Lin Ming. At this time, from outside the completely unrecognizable jungle, the sound of rustling footsteps drew close. 100+ martial artists were rapidly making their way here. In this area, many influences had gathered. But this squad of martial artists wasn't worthy of attention at all. The size of their group was small and there weren't any masters in their ranks. All they had were several half-step world kings and peak holy lords to stand out. As for the others, a great number of them weren't even at the Holy Lord realm, but just the Soul Lord realm. A Soul Lord realm martial artist showed their true strength in the Akashic Dream battlefield, where one's cultivation was restricted to the Soul Lord realm. Because of this, the strength they displayed was similar to what it was in the real world. Without the increase in their strength brought about by their comprehension of laws and cultivation methods, they simply didn't possess much combat strength here. As this squad appeared, Lin Ming felt them approach. He looked towards them with surprise. This was because he had recognized several familiar people. This squad was the top squad of Zenith Palace and had gathered all of their elites. Lin Ming naturally remembered who they were. As Lin Ming glanced at them, the martial artists from Zenith Palace were all stunned. Jade River, Yi Fan, the Vice Palace Master, as well as the several Zenith Palace elders, all of them stared back at Lin Ming with eyes as wide as full moons. They froze where they were, completely unable to respond to what they saw. Wasn't this Lin Muck? It was really him. Chapter 1816, Brilliant Fireworks. Chapter 1816, Brilliant Fireworks. The many disciples of Zenith Palace hadn't responded to what they saw yet. But at the next moment, a thick smell of blood flooded their senses. Lin Ming floated in the void. Beneath his feet, a massive pile of corpses was stacked up in thick layers. Blood, torn flesh, dismembered corpses. This was an indescribably ghastly scene. This was. Jade River froze. Beside her, Yi Fan had also paled. The many elders of Zenith Palace were panic-stricken. They didn't know just how this had happened. Jade River's wide eyes stared at the blood still dripping down Lin Ming's spear, unable to find the words to say. All of these people, had they been killed by Lin Muck? From these dead martial artists she was able to feel a strong force field. This was because those that had died had been too strong in life, and after dying, their strength had gathered together instead of dispersing. Yet such a group of powerhouses was piled up like a heap of dead dogs. Lin Ming didn't greet those people from Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace had only been a small springboard he used when he first came to the Soul World in order to obtain information on Sheng Mai and enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. He had deliberately distanced himself from Zenith Palace because of this. Moreover, right now he had caused too great a stir in the Akashic Dream battlefield. If others knew about his connections to Zenith Palace, then a World King influence like them wouldn't be able to suffer the consequences. Lin Ming fell on the ground and swept out his divine sense. He found a spirit race martial artist and then reached down to grab a spatial ring from their finger. People looked at Lin Ming, unsure what he was trying to do. With such formidable strength, he likely had plenty of lucky chances and treasures. But by all reason, he shouldn't be interested in the wealth within a spirit race martial artist's spatial ring. Lin Ming probed the ring. After several breaths of time, he found some inscription symbols from within it. Lin Ming scanned these inscription symbols and soon understood how to use them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Were these inscription symbols so special? Why would this death god care about them? And at this time, Lin Ming suddenly flung out his hand and the inscription symbols flew into the air. Not just that, but Lin Ming had also flooded them with his true essence as well as fusing the Azura Road's divine runic arts into them, making them even more potent than before. With a loud explosive sound, the inscription symbols completely exploded. In the next instant, a mind-boggling sight occurred. These inscription symbols recklessly released dazzling fireworks into the skies, all of them brilliantly burning as they gathered into an image of Lin Ming. With the strength of several inscription symbols gathered together as well as Lin Ming's strength flowing through them, this caused the image of Lin Ming to be dozens of times larger than before and higher than before. It was absolutely an eye-catching sight. Everyone watching felt their jaws drop, unable to say anything. These were the signal flares used by the spirit race martial artists that had been chasing Lin Ming. The previous signal flare had already burnt away by now and the fireworks had dimmed down. Thus, Lin Ming had decided to cast more up for another round. And these were even more brilliant than before. For a time, Lin Ming's appearance reappeared in the dark skies. His dashing and heroic face, his sharp and fierce aura, it was like he was taunting all the elites of the world. What was he trying to do? He wasn't satisfied with these numbers of people and wanted to kill more, to kill to his heart's content. Lin Ming's intentions were now clear to everyone. He wanted to tell all the nearby martial artists that he was waiting here for them. No matter how many people came, he would kill that many. Was he some inexhaustible killing puppet? He had slain so many people and battled for such a long time, and yet he wasn't tired at all. The people from Zenith Palace were already completely dazed. This scene also made them understand what had happened. Before, Jade River thought that the image formed from fireworks in the sky looked similar to Lin Ming. This meant that Lin Ming was the person who the spirit race had placed a bounty on. In the Soul Cave, he had obtained a precious spirit medicine that could even tempt the heart of a true divinity. Moreover, not only was he not captured, but now he was standing here not running, waiting for people to come hunt him down so he could kill them all one at a time and gain merit points while doing so. This method was simply frightening. And in the next moment, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He looked into the distant horizon. Through the layers of bloody mist and red clouds in the skies, Lin Ming could clearly see what was happening in the distance. Two groups were rapidly approaching. The group in front was led by a tall and sturdy spirit race martial artist. This martial artist was covered in purple scales from head to toe. He was a king of the spirit race's younger generation, the Purple Chestnut King. And not too far away from him was the heroic Spiritor's youth. Accompanying them were masters of their various influences, all of them hurtling towards Lin Ming at a breakneck pace. And amongst these masters were many great world kings. As Lin Ming saw these two groups of people, he viciously smiled. He had been waiting for such a long time, and now two big fish were finally approaching the bait. They must have a great deal of merit points. Brat, you're dead. After the Purple Chestnut King received the signal, he didn't immediately chase after Lin Ming. Rather, he sent his own men after Lin Ming while he gathered powerhouses from his people. He knew just how strong Lin Ming was. After that defeat at Limitless God Mountain, some martial artists had spread out news about his strength, so he had risen to fame. Indeed, it was true that many people learned Lin Ming had obtained the Kirin fruit. At the same time, the Purple Chestnut King's defeat had been vividly recounted. The Purple Chestnut King was an extremely arrogant individual. He already disliked the Spiritors martial artists of the Soul World, and now with these people endlessly mocking him, it left him choking on his rage. Thus, this time, he had to kill Lin Ming in order to recover some of his honor. Even if he had to win in a disgraceful manner by relying on the strength of his sect, he couldn't care too much about this. He fully realized that he wasn't Lin Ming's opponent. Elder Feng, in a bit make sure you all attack with everything you have. This brat is not easy to deal with. The Purple Chestnut King growled, his chest burning with hate. Your Highness, rest assured we will not underestimate the enemy. This Elder Feng was one of the great world kings of the spirits, moreover he was a peak existence amongst great world kings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Purple Chestnut King had caught up and had brought 5 great world kings along with him, as well as a good number of ordinary world kings. In addition, many Holy Lord followers were right behind them. This was a terrifying force. And not too far behind the Purple Chestnut King, the heroic Spiritor's youth had also brought a formidable force. His squad consisted of 4 great world kings and 7 or 8 ordinary world kings. It had to be known that these two martial artists originated from peak Empyrean-level influences. The direct disciples of an Empyrean influence would mostly reach the World King level. As these two terrifying teams arrived, their aura caged in the entire audience, leaving everyone shocked. When had the martial artists from small influences ever experienced such a scene? Even though these two teams had their cultivations suppressed, the auras emanating from their bodies were still those of top powerhouses. As these auras exuded out into the world, it left the low-level martial artists reeling. Without a doubt, any single one of these newcomers could easily eliminate one of the weaker sects present without any chance of revolt. This was the same for Zenith Palace. And all of these people had come for Lin Ming. The disparity in these lineups, wasn't it just too great? At this time, Lin Ming was standing atop the wind. His body wasn't stained with too much blood, and he seemed rather relaxed. Behind him, an inexplicable grey strength was gathering. The Purple Chestnut King wanted to find a hint of fear on Lin Ming's face, but he was left disappointed. Lin Ming was a shard of ice, completely unmoved by what was happening around him. This caused the Purple Chestnut King to become even gloomier. He didn't think Lin Ming was a fool. In other words, if Lin Ming was calm, then Lin Ming must be far stronger than he originally anticipated. Lin Ming was already confident in his skills to the point where he completely disregarded a circle of Great World King-level powerhouses besieging him. Assemble! The Purple Chestnut King roared. The 5 spirit race Great World Kings didn't show off. Facing this junior that was countless years younger than them, they began to stand with the Purple Chestnut King, lining up shoulder to shoulder. Soul force surged out like rivers from their bodies, forming into a massive phantom giant made of soul force. This phantom was almost large enough to reach the heavens and contained an incredible amount of soul force. Human boy, go die. As the array formation finished gathering, the Purple Chestnut King shouted out loud. The massive phantom giant they summoned was one of the supernatural powers of their spirit race. They could gather the soul force of several people together to multiply their strength and form an incomparably formidable soul form. This giant soul form sent its mountain-like palms crashing down upon Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw this, he instantly formed millions of seals. The grey strength behind him suddenly rose up. Countless runes sparkled. Between the heavens and earth, they formed a 3-headed and 6-armed figure, a titanic Azura warrior phantom. This Azura warrior was slowly pushing a massive wheel. The wheel had countless howling demons and weeping ghosts. Their cries and hisses were strange and chilling. Lin Ming glared at the Purple Chestnut King, his slaughter energy soaring to the heavens. In the void, 2 titanic figures violently struck each other. This strike was astonishing. The giant demon wheel pushed by the Azura warrior began to grind down on the soul form. Black energy filled the air, emitting a humming sound. The void shivered and the earth shook. The potential behind their strikes was extraordinary. As for that soul form, its fists rained down like a storm. Every time they crashed down, it was like a falling mountain wrapped in soul force, with enough momentum to break through a world. Everyone was bewildered upon seeing this. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless runes shimmered like stars. They were struck and then annihilated. A storm of energy spread out in all directions, cutting massive fissures into the earth. Some spectators standing relatively close were swept up by the storm, many of them crying out in pain and misery as they were sent tumbling away. But as the fight continued, the Purple Chestnut King's fierce expression began to fade away, instead replaced by wide eyes of disbelief. The complexions of the 5 Great World Kings with him also changed. They understood just how powerful the soul form giant they summoned was. In the past, they had even used it to block a 50% strength attack from a sovereign of the spirit race. Yet now, their soul form giant was equally matched by this strange Azura warrior in front of them. Wait, something was wrong. Their soul form giant was actually disintegrating. 5 spirit race Great World Kings had joined together with the Purple Chestnut King in a formation, and yet they were being suppressed by a single Lin Ming. The Azura phantom that Lin Ming summoned was also more formidable than that soul form. Chapter 1817, Killing the World Kings. Chapter 1817, Killing the World Kings. Although the spirit race's soul body was overbearingly tyrannical, it was still a manifestation of soul force. Moreover, when truly compared, it wasn't as perfect or as powerful as the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. The Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel that Lin Ming displayed was the inheritance of the Azura Roadmaster, someone who had surpassed the great Tao laws of the 33 heavens, someone who had possessed the ability to destroy and create worlds. To control the life and death of myriad demons was in a sense a new boundary far from anything else. Within the karmic wheel was the profound true meaning of samsara and also an inherent restraint on soul force. In terms of background of soul techniques, this soul form manifestation simply could not compare with the myriad demon karmic wheel. After the soul force was forcefully pushed back by the myriad demon karmic wheel being pushed by the Azura warrior, its entire body began to shake. With every crushing impact, tumbling waves of the true meaning of samsara as well as those endless demons and ghosts began to swallow up the soul form manifestation. By the time the Purple Chestnut King and the others discovered something was wrong, over half of the mountain-sized soul form's body had been sucked up. Just what are you all still watching for? Hurry up and attack! The Purple Chestnut King shouted out at the heroic spirit's youth. Originally, the heroic spirit youth had thoughts of allowing 2 tigers to fight on the mountain. He wanted to have the Purple Chestnut King's group engage Lin Ming in a bitter life-or-death battle and then benefit from their fallout. But now, as he saw the Purple Chestnut King and the others soon about to be exterminated by Lin Ming, he realized his previous ideas had been far too naive. The Purple Chestnut King and his followers were not Lin Ming's match at all. Attack! The heroic spirit's youth cried out. At this time, the 4 great world kings at his side as well as 8 ordinary world kings all fired towards Lin Ming, and at this time, Lin Ming was fighting with the soul form created by the Purple Chestnut King's squad. He wasn't able to defend, otherwise the soul form manifestation would roll over him instead. This is our chance. The 4 spirit's great world kings' eyes blazed with a cold light, their killing intent surging out. Their attacks included blinding sword lights, overwhelming waves of freezing ice, phantoms of ancient beasts, and even clouds of endless energy. Their barrage contained a variety of laws that were soon about to sweep over Lin Ming, and even now, Lin Ming didn't move at all. This caused others to think that he would die in the next moment. But then, something startling occurred. From within Lin Ming's inner world there was the sound of a loud thunderclap. 2 forms rushed out from his inner world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A horrifying explosive noise shook the void. These 2 forms were like unrivaled victors, unstoppable. One figure wore black clothes and grasped a gold spear. The other figure wore purple clothes and held a wheel in his hands. However, both of them had an appearance completely similar to Lin Ming's. Avatars. In a situation where Lin Ming's true body had no ability to defend himself right now, he still had 2 avatars. In a moment, the joint attack of the 4 great world kings was torn apart by Lin Ming's 2 avatars. The black-clothed Lin Ming was like a peerless Azura, his speed climbing to the extreme. Not just that, but he simply ignored the attacks of the 4 great world kings. As those waves of cold ice, energy clouds, and sword lights struck this black-clothed Lin Ming's body, all of them did nothing at all, not even able to leave behind a scar. Even if this black-clothed Lin Ming didn't use a spear, his body itself was an unequaled divine weapon. Now, with endless divine light radiating from his body, he hurtled towards the spirit's great world kings. How could this avatar be so strong? Its body was as hard as a divine weapon, just how could anyone fight it? Catcher! The purple gold spear swept out and a great world king wildly gushed blood. The black-clothed Lin Ming was the essence spirit embryo stone that was personally refined by the Azura Road Master. Its mortal bodily strength was even greater than Lin Ming's. A great world king that had their cultivation suppressed to the Soul Lord realm simply wasn't able to stop this avatar's onslaught. As for the purple-clothed Lin Ming, he was even stranger. He was the Soul Spring's divine embryo and an incarnation of Source Soul Force that possessed a power that was the nemesis of divine souls. As soon as this Lin Ming attacked, he was able to directly strike at a martial artist's spiritual sea. To a spirit's martial artist, the spiritual sea was the foundation of their martial arts. Peng! Another great world king was grievously wounded. His face turned paper white and he began bleeding from his head. His spiritual sea had clearly suffered catastrophic damage. And at this time, a voice shouted out. Break! Lin Ming's true body suddenly rose up. The mountain-sized Azura warrior phantom also appeared behind him. With a punch that carried a staggering strength of over 10 billion jins, the Azura warrior smashed the central region of the soul form. The spirit race's soul form had mostly dissipated already. Now, it was unable to withstand Lin Ming's momentous strike. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the soul force runes that dotted the soul form manifestation began to break apart and disintegrate. A pitch-black soul force spread out like coils of snakes. The Purple Chestnut King and the others had merged their spirits into a soul form manifestation. Now that the soul form exploded, all of them received a dangerous backlash. They cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying dozens of feet away. At the same time, the demon ghosts within the myriad demon karmic wheel began to shimmer. The pitch-black rays of soul force and the dissipating soul form manifestation were recklessly absorbed by the myriad demon karmic wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel grew as it continued pushing towards the purple chestnut king and the 5 great world kings. The purple chestnut king was panic-stricken. Suddenly, he felt just how indescribably terrifying that wheel with endless demons and ghosts howling within was. He had been wounded and his soul force was wildly surging within his body. Right now, he felt as if the massive black wheel pressing down towards him was like an endless vortex. He simply didn't know how to resist it. The other 5 great world kings also had agitated soul force. Facing the myriad demon karmic wheel that had swallowed up their soul form manifestation, all 5 of them cried out in misery. Puff, puff, puff. 3 great world kings were crushed by the myriad demon karmic wheel, dying on the spot. The other 2 also suffered near-fatal wounds. Then, Lin Ming used the space laws. With a single step, he nearly teleported right next to the purple chestnut king. The purple chestnut king's complexion paled and his hairs stood on end. You! A deep growl came from his throat. There was no longer any time for words. Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear had already pierced through his throat. Puff! The spear tore through his throat and spine before leaving from the back of the neck. The purple chestnut king wanted to spit out his last words, but he had been silenced. His 2 wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Ming's movements were extremely fast. He waved his spear and cut off the purple chestnut king's head. The entire process flowed as smoothly as a spring stream. It was only when Lin Ming left through the void did blood start erupting from the purple chestnut king's head, blowing up over 10 feet high into the sky. The many martial artists present were dumbfounded upon seeing this. Among the spirit race's royal family, the purple chestnut king had been the strongest of the younger generation. Yet, this strong individual had been slain by Lin Ming after having been on the Akashic Dream battlefield for just several months. And now, with a loud rumbling sound, the grand mist force field came shrouding down, caging in the surrounding space. From the 2 great influences, only 6 great world kings were left. Whether they were heavily injured or just suffered minor scratches, they, along with the dozen-plus ordinary world kings, were covered in the force field. Lin Ming had himself but also possessed 2 avatars. They guarded 3 directions, surrounded by world kings. He would wipe away all of these people. As the world kings realized this, all of their complexions darkened. This was a hunt that Lin Ming was familiar with, as well as a massacre. As for them, they were Lin Ming's prey. Voila! Behind Lin Ming, the black Azura phantom appeared once more. The 2 great wheels in its hands were like the scythe of a death god, ready to harvest the lives of others. Blood splashed out. No one could contend with Lin Ming, the disparity was just far too great. On this battlefield where everyone's cultivation was set to the same level, a great world king was nothing at all. There was no chance anyone could escape through a stroke of luck. When the 9 great world kings joined forces, they still hadn't been able to kill Lin Ming. Rather, they were killed by him instead. One by one, great world kings perished. Even the heroic spirit youth had his heart pierced by Lin Ming's spear and was instantly killed. This heroic spirited youth as well as the purple chestnut king both provided Lin Ming with many merit points. It seemed that the 2 of them had already killed a great number of trial challengers. The merit points of the purple chestnut king and the heroic spirited youth had all been taken away from other trial challengers. Now, all of it was returned to Lin Ming. The token within Lin Ming's inner world seemed to burn up in a blaze of flames. The growth of merit points within had already reached a terrifying degree. Then, the last world king was slaughtered by Lin Ming. Blood rained down to the ground. The grand mist force field gradually faded away as Lin Ming began gathering his scattered aura. The air was filled with the thick scent of blood. Corpses littered the ground, and now over 20 more of them had been added to the mix. Compared to the many martial artists that Lin Ming had killed before, adding in another 20-some wasn't considered much at all. However, these people all had abnormal identities. 9 great world kings, 2 top geniuses of peak Empyrean influences, as well as over a dozen ordinary world kings, all of them had been slain by Lin Ming. From all over the Akashic Dream battlefield, more and more people began catching up to watch what was happening. As for those that were drawn in by the signal flare, they were utterly shocked, unable to say any words. Too strong. Strong to the point of frightening others. Before this, some people wondered if Lin Ming had sufficient energy to continue. But now, it seemed that this Lin Ming was actually a vicious beast in human form. His endurance and power had reached an inconceivable boundary. Some people suspected that he was restoring his strength even as he fought. In this kind of battle, the amount of energy he consumed was about the same as the speed with which he regenerated. If this continued, he would be able to fight without end. Some figures that were hidden in the pitch-black forest began to quietly sneak away. They were also people that had once thought of killing Lin Ming. But this human only needed to face them to make them feel an indescribably terrifying pressure push down on them. As for attacking him now, no one was willing to do something so ridiculous. For a time, over 10,000 people surrounded this battlefield. But they all simply looked at Lin Ming. No one wanted to fight him. This person, is he really the Lin Muck we rescued? The Zenith Vice Palace Master looked at Jade River. At this moment, Jade River's mind was drawing a blank. Why would he suddenly appear next to their Zenith Palace? This human youth could possess a horrifying background, have experienced massive lucky chances, or perhaps even be an incomparably monstrous genius when it came to talent. Or, perhaps he possessed all three. But no matter what, there was one thing they were certain of. It was impossible for such a genius to appear from nowhere. As he was rising, he should have caught the attention of countless individuals with his halo of excellence. But as it were, none of them had heard of him before. They feared that maybe even Soul Empress Sheng Mai might not be much stronger than this Lin Muck. It was hard to imagine that he was actually human. If he appeared at Zenith Palace, there must have been some unknown reason for it. Chapter 1818, Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Chapter 1818, Empyrean Myriad Ghost. After killing these great world kings, my merit points have risen. After my age is factored in, I still have more than 300 million. Lin Ming realized as he looked at his token. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, there was far too great a difference between killing the weaklings and killing great world kings. It could be said that the weaklings were almost negligible. Only killing these peerless powerhouses held any significance. 300 million still isn't enough. I'm missing 700 million. If I want to exchange for the golden page, I still have a lot of work to do. Lin Ming played with the token in his hand. This ordinary token was now as hot as flames. Many martial artists were staring at it, their hearts filled with longing. If they could kill Lin Ming, then they could obtain not only the Kirin fruit but also a massive number of merit points. This was far too tempting an offer. However, no one dared to attack. In fact, when Lin Ming's gaze swept over them, they all retreated together, none of them possessing the courage to face Lin Ming directly. Those from Zenith Palace were also filled with fear and awe. The points in Lin Ming's token might be far more than the total amount that Zenith Palace had earned for the last several tens of thousands of years. Before, Empyrean Heaven Corps had published a list of resources that points could be exchanged for. They wondered whether or not Lin Ming's merit points were considered to also be Zenith Palaces. If so, as the Zenith Palace elders realized this, they looked at each other with a strange light in their eyes. Empyrean Heaven Corps, as an Empyrean-level character, would keep true to his word, especially one that he publicly made. And if Lin Ming's merit points could truly be exchanged for resources, then perhaps Empyrean Heaven Corps would be bankrupted. There's not many powerhouses left. Lin Ming scanned the strength of the remaining people and discovered only a few auras that were worthy of his attention. Moreover, these remaining powerhouses were considerably far from Lin Ming. They were all standing at carefully chosen locations, ready to escape at any moment. After all, these people had come to the Akashic Dream battlefield to freely slaughter to begin with. While they were all hunters, at the same time they were also prey. In a situation where they knew they were inferior to Lin Ming, they certainly didn't want to get too close to him. Otherwise, A single misstep and they would become the hunted prey. Lin Ming noted these people's movements. No matter how strong he was, these people were far too scattered. Moreover, they had also prepared themselves to run to begin with, so wanting to chase after all of them was nearly impossible. As for killing just several of them, that was only a waste of effort. What he needed was 1 billion total merit points. No one's going to attack. Lin Ming muttered to himself. He faintly frowned. If things continued like this, how could he increase his number of merit points? If he had to search all over the Akashic Dream battlefield and find people to kill himself, that was simply far too inefficient a method. He thought for a moment and then immediately perked up. Red-dressed little girl. I know that you are nearby. Do you mind if I use the Kirin fruit a little? Lin Ming's sudden words caused the flow of energy around him to become a little chaotic. The voice of a startled girl said, "Why were you? What do you plan on doing?" She was panicked. And once she panicked, she spoke even faster. The Kirin fruit was still in Lin Ming's possession. Before finding the hidden treasure that the red-dressed little girl talked about, Lin Ming naturally couldn't hand it over. After all, Lin Ming couldn't help but remain on guard against this little girl. She was just far too mysterious. The red-dressed little girl was scared that Lin Ming wanted to swallow the Kirin fruit. She quickly said, "If you eat it, it won't work, you don't have the time to digest it." The red-dressed girl reminded Lin Ming. To swallow something like the Kirin fruit in this situation was akin to suicide. The massive influx of chaotic energy in his body would be fatal. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He couldn't imagine why the red-dressed girl was so anxious about this spirit medicine. "I'm just taking it out a little. I won't harm it." As Lin Ming spoke, he took out the Kirin fruit from his spatial ring. As the Kirin fruit suddenly appeared, it presented itself in the eyes of these 10,000+ martial artists. For a time, people didn't immediately understand what was happening. As the Kirin fruit saw so many bewildered eyes on it, it began to chirp without end. The Kirin fruit already possessed spiritual wisdom, thus it knew just how valuable it was to a martial artist. It was absolutely a wonder medicine that even Empyreans would fight for. For them, this was a massive lucky chance. Now that the Kirin fruit appeared in the greedy gazes of so many people, it was like an unrivaled beauty being stripped naked and thrown into a pit of frenzied sex perverts. What followed could be imagined. There were so many people present. Wouldn't this stir up an unprecedented massacre? However, what surprised the Kirin fruit was that even though the 10,000+ martial artists were staring at it with shock, many of their eyes having turned red and many of them gulping loudly, none of them dared to attack. Their throats twitched as if they were eager to give it a try. But just as they were about to attack, they seemed to recall something horrifying and would immediately shrink back. What a joke! The Lin Ming in front of them could even kill great world kings en masse, so who would dare to attack him? The sea of corpses beneath his feet was the best example of those who had tried. It's the legendary spirit medicine that Lin Ming stole away. That's it. Someone wiped the drool from their lips. The rich source soul energy left him taking deep breaths in and out, as if he could absorb just a little bit of that spiritual energy. Although they had never seen this spirit medicine before, this sort of aura could not be faked. The fruit is in the shape of a Kirin that's almost completely manifested. This is a spirit medicine found from the soul cave. Its value cannot be imagined. In the past, even true divinity-level powerhouses stepped into the soul cave to search for spirit medicines and the weeping blood god springs. But after the weeping god blood springs disappeared, Empyreans and true divinities no longer went to the soul cave. I never thought that something like this Kirin fruit would ever appear in the world again. Just how did it come to be? Many martial artists longed for the Kirin fruit. Those with the strength of a world king all had maddened eyes. The Akashic dream space was extremely strange, a fantastical and unique existence. Although they were all spirit bodies here, if they managed to obtain the Kirin fruit and swallow it, their actions would be directly reflected in their true bodies, even allowing their true bodies to increase their cultivations. Perhaps even this Kirin fruit could be brought out of the Akashic dream space. This was what some spiriters Empyreans had hypothesized in the past. The dream was reality, reality was a dream, Everything existed with spirit source as the foundation. This human brat is too arrogant. Because no one is attacking him, he deliberately brought out the Kirin fruit. This is the same as announcing to the world that the Kirin fruit is with him, and anyone who kills him can take it. He wants to draw in those who don't fear death to attack and then kill them instead, taking their merit point. Many people thought that Lin Ming's methods were far too egoistic. He was simply looking down on all the heroes of the world. But currently, when facing Lin Ming, no one dared to attack. Like this, Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the void. The Kirin fruit slowly spun above his head. The little Kirin fruit cried out non-stop, clearly shocked by what was happening. And spinning near the Kirin fruit was also a blood-red token. This was the token Lin Ming entered the Akashic dream world with. This token contained a massive amount of merit points. If one could kill Lin Ming, then the majority of these merit points would be theirs. And this merit token could only be obtained with true strength. One would have to kill Lin Ming in order to receive it. If they stole it, were given it, or obtained it through other methods, it would be regarded as invalid by the laws of the Akashic dream world. Like this, Lin Ming floated in the air with the Kirin fruit and red token spinning above him. As for what lay below him, there were the corpses of endless peerless powerhouses piled up high. It was like an azure hell with rivers of blood flowing out. Mysterious spirit objects emitted bursts of light. Combined with the rivers of blood, this formed a powerful visual impact that left everyone feeling floored. As for the Lin Ming who was in the middle of all of this, he was undoubtedly an unrivaled war god. No one could summon the courage to resist him. Even if greater enticements were placed in front of them, no one dared to attack. If Lin Ming was anyone else, they could use the advantage of numbers to slowly whittle away at his strength. But this monstrous freak Lin Ming seemed to have endless strength, so much that no one could imagine resisting him. However, just because these people didn't dare to attack didn't mean that everyone was the same. After Lin Ming sat in meditation for an hour, above his head, the skies began to suddenly darken. Giant dark clouds gathered in the skies, and every cloud seemed to contain endless meandering ghosts, all of them weeping in pain. A visual phantom appeared, one that was dark red and had a river-like appearance. Many bone lotuses floated above this river, making it look like the yellow springs of hell. The surrounding temperature rapidly fell, filled with the true meaning of cold. An aura as heavy as seas and mountains gushed out from the endless dark clouds, making everyone's hearts feel heavy, as if this entire forest had turned into the underworld. Jeej. A sharp and grating laugh resounded from above. Junior, you are far too arrogant. I came to see just how long you can last, but I never imagined that no one would dare to fight you. After no one approached you, you thought to take out the spirit medicine in front of them. Did you really think that there was no one in this world that could take it from your hands? Ha ha ha, you are far too naive. This voice left the martial artists present shuddering. This aura, this pressure. Empyrean. Even though their cultivation was suppressed, an Empyrean's aura remained the same. This was because their aura was almost equal to the laws themselves. Many Empyreans had passed through heavenly tribulation. To a certain limited degree, they could be considered even with the heavenly Tao laws. Of course, this even was only within the domain they were skilled in. For instance, a fire attribute Empyrean could reach the heights of the heavenly Tao rules in the fire laws. If an Empyrean wanted to resist the full and comprehensive heavenly Tao, that was an impossibility. Empyrean. Empyrean myriad ghost. Empyrean myriad ghost has come. Many people cried out in alarm. They had never seen Empyrean myriad ghosts techniques before, but they could confirm that this other party was an Empyrean. When combined with the ghosts dancing about in the skies, they correctly guessed just who this newcomer was. This is bad, that god of disaster has come. We won't be sucked into this mess, right? Many people were frightened and began to rapidly retreat. Empyrean myriad ghost had clearly come to take the Kirin fruit. No one wanted to be drawn into a fight of this level. For a time, everyone drew back over a dozen miles before slowly coming to a stop. Of course, to the martial artists present, even if they were dozens of miles away, they could still clearly see what was occurring on the battlefield. I've finally reeled in a big fish. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smirk. It was inevitable that an Empyrean would appear. After all, the Kirin fruit was just far too precious. Even an Empyrean would drool over it. Lin Ming had already roused up such a great storm. How could the Empyreans here not know about it? Chapter 1819, Fighting an Empyrean. Chapter 1819, Fighting an Empyrean. Human, do you think you are undefeatable in this world just because you defeated several great world kings? From the skies, a dark cackling voice spread out. The one speaking clearly felt that there was a considerable number of great world king corpses scattered on the ground. The disparity between an Empyrean and a world king is not what you could hope to imagine. Do you think a great world king is just a single level away from an Empyrean? Although there was still a half-step Empyrean level between a great world king and an Empyrean, this half-step Empyrean was not considered a full boundary but half a boundary. In other words, half a step. If one had to truly state it, there was indeed just a single level separating a great world king from an Empyrean. But this single level was a monumental difference. This was because an Empyrean often had to cross heavenly tribulation and would be reborn in the process. The laws of an Empyrean were on a completely different rank from those of a great world king, and the power of these laws stood on equal ground with the heavenly Tao. They could even be brought into the Akashic dream battlefield. This difference was the same as the heavens and earth. Bang! Empyrean myriad ghosts' aura erupted, filled with a matchless arrogance, one that looked down upon everyone in this world. As he spoke, a massive pressure came pressing down, shocking many of the martial artists present and making them nearly fall to the ground. And this was a situation where Empyrean myriad ghosts' cultivation had been suppressed. If Empyrean myriad ghost was in his peak state, it was hard to imagine just how oppressive this pressure would be. This was how terrifying an Empyrean was. For a time, everyone had to shoulder the burden of this Empyrean pressure. Everyone retreated together, but their eyes remained vivid with fear. Most of those present had never seen an Empyrean fight before, and as they saw Empyrean myriad ghosts' momentum at this time, they couldn't help but shiver with fear. With everyone at the Divine Lord level, just who could block such an attack? Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ming. Lin Ming's actions within the Akashic Dream battlefield had indeed been far too rampant. Originally, with his strength, if he were to remain a little more low profile, then he could have continuously hunted down world kings and great world kings in secret. At the end, it wouldn't have been hard for him to obtain first place in merit points. Moreover, he even had the Kirin fruit. He could return home with riches and glory. But it seemed he wasn't satisfied with this. He actually took out the Kirin fruit to taunt those around him, finally causing an Empyrean to move. Once Lin Ming was killed by an Empyrean, he would lose the Kirin fruit as well as his merit points. This would be a tremendous loss. Even if he defeated 9 great world kings, he still can't defeat an Empyrean. Even the weakest of Empyreans can easily kill 9 great world kings without allowing them any chance to escape. That's right, and this Empyrean myriad ghost isn't too bad, he seems to be an intermediate Empyrean. Empyrean myriad ghosts' Yellow Springs Temple was located in a great world within the Soul World, the Yellow Springs World. Empyrean myriad ghost was a renowned and infamous individual, and Yellow Springs Temple was an Empyrean influence he had established by himself. For many years, countless individuals had dreamed of entering Yellow Springs Temple, and the name of Empyrean myriad ghost reverberated like a thunderclap through the Yellow Springs world. Then at this time, Empyrean myriad ghost suddenly attacked. He stood still himself, but above his head, snow-white bone claws came crashing down from the dark clouds, lit by endless motes of grave lights. The grave lights crackled around the white claws as they pierced through the void. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar shook the earth. From those billowing black clouds, there was actually a giant bone dragon hidden within. Even for an Empyrean, it was difficult to subdue a god-beast. But, finding the complete skeleton of a god-beast was relatively much easier. Now, this giant bone dragon hiding in the clouds was a murder weapon that Empyrean myriad ghost had refined himself, and the material used to make it was the complete skeleton of a true dragon. This bone dragon's claws carried with them an overwhelming potential as they came rumbling down at Lin Ming. Of course, This bone dragon's strength was also suppressed by the Akashic Dream Battlefield's laws. Lin Ming fiercely looked up, an electric light racing through his eyes. From beneath his feet, waves of wind spread out in a circle. Within his body, 3 Dao Palace opened wide their gates. Lin Ming's body began to release the sound of deafening thunderclaps. Waves of blood essence and blood vitality were wildly stimulated. Lin Ming stood tall and straight like a spear. Then, an overbearingly tyrannical aura gushed out from him, followed by a dreadful blood energy. Without evading or dodging, he shot up into the skies with his spear, violently colliding with those mountain-sized bone claws. Lin Ming's spear light was incomparably small when compared to the mountain-sized bone claws, but as the 9 stars of the Dao Palace were opened within his body, his profound bodily potential erupted, giving him an incalculable level of strength. In the outside world, Lin Ming's strength was calculated with the power of dragons. This was a true dragon-subduing level of strength. Like a meteor, Lin Ming's spear light crashed into the bone claws. Ka. With an explosion that seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth, the bone dragon wailed in misery. Atop the seemingly unstoppable bone claws, countless runes shimmered. These runes were inscribed onto the junctions of the dragon bones and were the work of Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But under Lin Ming's tremendous impact force, these runes began to radiate a blinding light as they started to visibly disintegrate. Then, even the parts of the dragon bones connected to these runes began to crack. A massive dragon bone claw was thus broken by Lin Ming. The joints shattered and bones came flying off. Although Lin Ming hadn't truly shattered the dragon bone and had only caused it to break apart, to the many people watching from below, it appeared that Lin Ming had crushed the giant bone dragon with a single strike. Even though there was such a disproportionate difference in their bodies, this sort of mind-boggling scene had occurred. Everyone was left utterly shocked. Was this the strength that a divine Lord Realm martial artist was supposed to possess? Rah! The bone dragon howled out in agony. Lin Ming's eyes flashed like lightning. He stepped forwards with the space laws and hurtled forwards. First he needed to deal with this bone dragon. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's mind quaked. He thought that even if the bone dragon alone couldn't defeat Lin Ming, it was still enough to suppress him. But he never imagined that the bone dragon would be defeated in front of Lin Ming. The cracks rapidly expanded and more bones came flying off. Lin Ming was fast and unstoppable. His entire body was covered with purple Azura law runes. The bone dragon's runes were constantly destroyed and the dark clouds around him dispersed. Finally, Empyrean Myriad Ghost moved. He naturally wouldn't watch helplessly as the bone puppet he refined with difficulty was reduced to a pile of broken bones by Lin Ming. His bent body was covered with a dense and mystical black gas. Every inch of his skin that was exposed to the black gas had numerous malicious ghosts crawling and roaring out loud. Shua! Empyrean Myriad Ghost's speed was like ghosts and gods. He shot towards Lin Ming. And in this moment, Lin Ming looked down. Blazing fire stars seemed to burn in his eyes. His sword-sharp divine sense immediately locked onto Empyrean Myriad Ghosts. At the same time, his aura became even more terrifying. All of the strength within his inner world erupted out together. From the start, his goal had never been the bone dragon but Empyrean Myriad Ghosts. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the phoenix blood spear was placed into his inner world. Then a black spear appeared in its place, the black dragon spear. As this spear appeared, space and time seemed to be cut apart by it, making everything come to a pause. And what was also cut apart was Empyrean Myriad Ghost's fierce and arrogant expression. This spear. As Empyrean Myriad Ghost looked at this spear, he didn't know why but an inexplicable sense of fear and alarm surged in his heart. His intuition told him that this spear carried with it an extremely terrifying aura. Perhaps in ancient times, this spear had cut down true divinities. This brat, just how could he have such an unrivaled weapon? Empyrean Myriad Ghost had no time to think about these thoughts, because at this time, Lin Ming attacked him. Lin Ming wielded the black dragon spear. The dreadful spear light carried with it star-like runes as it shot forth like a river of stars. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's complexion turned cold. Although he was surprised, he wasn't panicked. Seeing this spear light continuing to expand in front of him, he pushed out his left hand and began to grind space within it. His entire palm changed as it was covered with black lights. Every black light had skeletons floating within it. His palm was like a grinding pan that contained 10,000 ghosts, completely crushing the overwhelming spear light. "Suppress!" Empyrean Myriad Ghost shouted out loud. Not just that, but he also raised his right palm, bringing it together with his left palm. As two palms gathered together, even space shattered as endless black fog spread out. In the midst of this black fog, there were the sounds of rumbling thunderclouds as well as endless ghost towns looming in the fog. The Yellow Springs River appeared, bleached bones rising high in its tide. In this river, deep ghost temples floated up and down. 10,000 ghosts cried out from within, as if the Yellow Springs themselves had been brought here. All strength in the surrounding area was completely swallowed up by this darkness. Green grasses as well as the surrounding towering trees were tainted by traces of this black gas and rapidly dried up before decaying. Yellow Springs Ghost World. A surrounding martial artist cried out in panic. This martial artist flew back several thousand feet further away, lest he be contaminated with even a tiny bit of the black gas. This Yellow Springs Ghost World was the one of the peak comprehensions of Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' ghost laws. It could manifest a small world to suppress an enemy. Even though Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' cultivation had been suppressed, he could still use this Yellow Springs Ghost World technique. The fiercest aspect of this Yellow Springs Ghost World was not in its ability to suppress enemies. Rather, its fiercest aspect was the fact that it could refine the suppressed enemies and make them a part of the Yellow Springs Ghost World. Like this, the Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' Yellow Springs Ghost World would become increasingly perfect, increasingly powerful. Lin Ming rushed towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Facing this Yellow Springs Ghost World that covered such an incredible range, it was impossible to try dodging it. Rather, he grasped the Black Dragon Spear and raced directly into the Yellow Springs Ghost World like an arrow. Bang! The darkness was blown apart. Lin Ming's figure was completely swallowed up by the Yellow Springs Ghost World. He raced into the Yellow Springs Ghost World. Many people cried out in shock. To enter Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' domain was the same as seeking death. In particular, Lin Ming's original cultivation boundary had been far weaker than Empyrean Myriad Ghosts'. Seeing Lin Ming's figure swallowed up, Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' face didn't show any signs of relaxing. He slowly closed his hands, wanting to draw back in these Yellow Springs ghost laws and completely roll over Lin Ming. But at this time, his entire body shook and his complexion changed. He could feel a strength that made his mind shake erupting from the Yellow Springs Ghost World. What? In the middle of the Yellow Springs Ghost World, the countless ghosts that had been climbing over Lin Ming and gnawing him, wanting to eat him up, had all disappeared without a trace. Then, that black spear shot forwards, carrying with it an unknown and unstoppable power of laws that seemed to annihilate all of existence. And, this black spear was wrapped with numerous arcs of lightning. The arcs of lightning also spun around Lin Ming, exterminating any ghosts that came near him. Every trace of lightning carried with it a vast and profound aura. This was the power of the top-grade thunder source that Lin Ming had obtained from Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Empyrean Thunder Punishment had been a superior Empyrean. Now that his power of thunder had been completely absorbed by Lin Ming was able to display the potential of this power to its peak, and the power of thunder was the ultimate nemesis of ghosts and spirit. Chapter 1820, Poison Laws. Chapter 1820, Poison Laws. The thunder source in Lin Ming's hand gathered into a roaring thunder dragon. As this thunder dragon appeared, countless thunder runes began sparkling around it. Each rune was like a massive ball of thunder, emitting a terrifying power of thunder. Empyrean Myriad Ghost was immediately able to sense the terror of this power of thunder. How could a human baby have grasped such a profound source power of thunder? Before he could process this, the thunder dragon roared and began smashing into the ghosts within the Yellow Springs Ghost World. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang out as the collision between the thunder dragon and ghosts turned into a series of deafening detonations. Two horrifying strengths crushed each other beneath the sizzling light of thunder before vanishing together. The power of thunder possessed an inborn ability to suppress all evil beings and ghosts. It was the nemesis of Empyrean Myriad Ghost's technique. However, Empyrean Myriad Ghost had been an Empyrean for a long time already, and his Yellow Springs ghost world had reached much higher heights in the laws than Lin Ming was at, thus both powers exploded together when they smashed into each other. Countless ghosts howled and faded away even as the Thunder Dragon also dissipated. But Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear continued on without stopping. It forcefully tore open a section of the Yellow Springs ghost world and thrust straight towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Crimson light flashed in Empyrean Myriad Ghost's eyes. A fierce ghost phantom erupted in his hands and collided with the Black Dragon Spear's spear light. Bang! Endless black light shot out, accompanied by the roaring of the Thunder Dragon. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's ghost claws rapidly expanded as they came racing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming stabbed out the Black Dragon Spear. The power of the stars from the highest heavens completely merged into Lin Ming's body, and a formidable strength flared up from within him, surging towards the ghost claws in wave. Ka. In that moment, a crack appeared in Empyrean Myriad Ghost's ghost claws. And right after that, the ghost claws were shattered. In the moment of explosion, Lin Ming's thoughts focused and popping sounds crackled from his bones. As for Empyrean Myriad Ghost, his heart chilled and he immediately began drawing back. Between Lin Ming and Empyrean Myriad Ghost, the air was filled with waves of the mystic power of thunder. For a time, the entire audience fell silent. When Lin Ming fought the Bone Dragon, it was fine that he took the upper hand. After all, the Bone Dragon was only a puppet refined by Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But following that, when Lin Ming fought Empyrean Myriad Ghost in a frontal battle, he hadn't been the weaker one at all. This was an Empyrean. In the minds of common martial artists, an Empyrean was an unreachable existence. Even if an Empyrean's cultivation was suppressed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, they still retained access to their transcendent method. Yet, a human junior was able to brutally battle an Empyrean on even terms. This was inconceivable. "You, who are you?" Empyrean Myriad Ghost was shocked. It was impossible that a peerless genius like Lin Ming could remain unknown. In the soul world, humans are nothing but mortals raised in cages. They lack strength and they have no inheritances. For the last billion years, a human Empyrean has never appeared amongst their ranks. But as for you, you possess such strength. As long as you don't perish in the future, becoming an extreme Empyrean is the least you will accomplish. You possess the blood of a dragon and phoenix, and the power of your inheritances is incredible. Moreover, you have an acute understanding of the ancient mystic laws. You simply don't resemble a human born in the soul world at all. Empyrean Myriad Ghost had an extraordinary level of experience. After observing the clues, he began to suspect Lin Ming's background. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't want others to know he came from the divine realm. So, he maintained complete silence. Within his body, the Azura blood began to restlessly stir. Empyrean Myriad Ghost was indeed a formidable opponent. His comprehension of laws surpassed Lin Ming's. For instance, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's Yellow Springs ghost world was far inferior to Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space in terms of quality, as it was an Empyrean force field created by a peak Empyrean. But because of the differences in their comprehension of laws as well as the disparity in their backgrounds, Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space wasn't able to suppress the Yellow Springs ghost world. But laws were not the only factor in a battle. In many other aspects, Lin Ming surpassed Empyrean Myriad Ghost. For instance, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. For instance, the power of the phoenix and dragon blood within him. For instance, the Azura laws. These were superiorities that even an Empyrean might not possess, and at this time, the bubbling Azura blood within Lin Ming's body had reached the pinnacle. His body emitted explosive crackling sounds. He grew taller, his hair turned blood red, and black scales appeared over him, covering him in a layer of armor. A horrifying and potent aura erupted from within Lin Ming like a howling dragon. Behind him, a massive Azura phantom appeared, standing indomitable and imperious, seeming to hold the universe in its hands. In this moment, Lin Ming had used the Azura body metamorphosis. With this, his strength had reached its zenith. This sudden change caused all the martial artists to gasp out loud in shock. Lin Ming had actually been holding back, and now he had erupted with an even more terrifying power. It was hard to imagine just where the limits of this human lay. It had to be known that in the past, in the 5th level of the Azura Road's final trial, Lin Ming had used the Azura body metamorphosis and his greatest attack to break open the undying polar ice's egg. At that time, Lin Ming was able to stand on par with Sheng Mai. Now, facing Empyrean Myriad Ghost, Lin Ming was naturally overflowing with momentum. The black dragon's spear pointed towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost's head, the spear wind oppressing. This scene caused Empyrean Myriad Ghost to truly become enraged. His face turned incomparably grim and cloudy. Never before in his life had he been provoked like this by a junior. Then let me show you the strength of an Empyrean. Rays of black light burst out from within Empyrean Myriad Ghost's eyes, as if twin black suns had risen in his pupils. His body began to turn hazy and drops of blood appeared from his pores. Each drop of blood condensed into a meteor-sized demon head in skies. They hissed and roared, emitting waves of fierce noxious aura. At the same time, every demon head began to chant in a strange and harsh tone. The surroundings began to change, as everything was covered with a thin layer of frost that carried with it the true meaning of cold. Lin Ming discovered that his legs began to sink down, as if the void itself had turned into an endless swamp. Countless thick bones drilled out from the ground, grasping towards everything above. Even the corpses of the many martial artists that Lin Ming killed before were grabbed by these bones. With loud sizzling sounds, these corpses emitted plumes of green smoke. In the next moment, everything melted, without even broken bones remaining. Like this, the mountain of corpses turned into black and red goo which emitted a smell that burnt the nose. This macabre sight caused one's scalp to itch. Millimeter. Lin Ming's eyes shrank. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's technique contained an extremely strong corrosive power. These were the poison laws. Once a martial artist touched these poison laws, their flesh and blood would be constantly eaten away. The bones tumbled in the void, rushing towards Lin Ming like endlessly long pythons. Lin Ming's electric eyes glared at Empyrean Myriad Ghost. His body also began to turn hazy. An aura as deep and boundless as the sea erupted from his body. Black light covered him, blinding to the eyes. Curse seals appeared on his skin, spreading outwards. A terrifying light shot out from his pupils, making them seem like twin black vortexes. Break. As Lin Ming shouted out loud, all around him bones began to blow up in swathes. Lin Ming was like a demon god reborn. Becoming one with his spear, he became like a black dragon. Completely disregarding space, he tore through the void and the floating demon heads, firing straight towards Empyrean Myriad Ghosts. With a thrust of his spear, the mountainous piles of bones were destroyed. Empyrean Myriad Ghost thrust out his hands, forming millions of runes. All sorts of ghost laws emerged from him, even distorting space. All of this energy condensed into a thick, pitch-black ghost wall. As for Lin Ming's spear, it thrust into this ghost wall, pushing straight into it. Bang! In the intense collision, endless poison gas was broken apart. At such a short distance, it was impossible for Lin Ming to escape the shockwaves of energy. The inexhaustible poison gas surged towards Lin Ming's body, striking at his protective true essence. Kai kai kai. Lin Ming's protective true essence was constantly corroded by the poison gas. After his protective true essence melted away, his body was touched by the poison gas and his black scales began to corrode, with bloody pus flowing out from them. As Empyrean Myriad Ghost saw this, he diabolically grinned. You want to severely wound me at all costs so that we mutually suffer? How could I give you that chance? Empyrean Myriad Ghost had seen through Lin Ming's plan. Lin Ming had been intending to ignore all injuries and forcibly pierce through the black wall to wound him. However, the poison gas he released wasn't easy to deal with at all. Once this corrosive power entered a martial artist's body, it would spread through a person's meridians, corroding their energy, body, and blood vitality. With the support of these poison laws, even touching a tiny bit of this poison gas was fatal. Empyrean myriad ghost's figure flickered as he drew backwards. He had to avoid Lin Ming's attack. Facing Lin Ming, he no longer held any disdain towards him at all. He knew that as long as he dodged Lin Ming's attack and allowed his poison gas to continue corroding Lin Ming's body, he would win. Seeing Empyrean myriad ghost engage in these guerrilla tactics, the surrounding martial artists were left in a daze. As an Empyrean, he would actually use such skirmishing tactics against a junior to whittle them to death. This isn't glorious at all. Don't speak so carelessly. All that matters here is winning. Don't think that this human is some common junior. Although Empyrean myriad ghost's tactics seem somewhat shameful, it is the wisest choice. Many Spiriters martial artists spoke up on behalf of Empyrean myriad ghost. After all, Lin Ming was still a human. After dodging Lin Ming's attack, Empyrean myriad ghost's lips curved up in a wide smile. Lin Ming's merit points were useless to him, but that Kirin fruit was something he longed for even in his dreams. It was a miracle object for nourishing the soul and could even help him break into the superior Empyrean boundary. After several more exchanges, he would win. However, just as Empyrean myriad ghost moved, wanting to avoid Lin Ming's attack once more, his complexion changed. He swiveled around. Behind him, energy crazily surged. A black-clothed Lin Ming as well as a purple-clothed Lin Ming had appeared. Each held a wheel in their hands as they came hurtling towards Empyrean myriad ghost. Millimeter. Empyrean myriad ghost was shocked. Avatars. Lin Ming's two avatars had blocked Empyrean myriad ghost's paths of retreat. Not just that, but the massive Azura phantom fell down from the clouds, directly covering Empyrean myriad ghost. Empyrean myriad ghost simply didn't have time to make a choice. He could only battle the two avatars and meet their strikes. These two avatars were divine objects personally refined by the Azura Road Master himself. Although they were restricted by Lin Ming's cultivation and couldn't display their true heaven-shaking strength, in this Akashic Dream battlefield Empyrean myriad ghost's cultivation was also suppressed. If these two avatars joined together, they actually formed a terrifying combat force. Bang! Two Azura wheels smashed into Empyrean myriad ghost's devil arts. For a time, ghost fog surged out and divine light pierced into the skies. Chapter 1821, Exterminating Myriad Ghost. Chapter 1821, Exterminating Myriad Ghost. As the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and Soul Spring's Divine Embryo joined forces, their strength multiplied to incredibly powerful levels. Moreover, Lin Ming's two avatars did not fear death and their defensive abilities were astonishing. When attacking an enemy, they only went on the offensive, without any thoughts of defending. The void was torn apart like rags and endless ghosts were annihilated. Empyrean myriad ghost felt his blood vitality tumbling within his body even as an intense pain struck his spiritual sea. And in this moment, Lin Ming's main body also attacked. His speed reached extreme levels. He shot through the energy storm that surrounded Empyrean myriad ghost and thrust out his spear. Bang! Lin Ming had poured the entirety of his strength into this strike. Within his body, the Azura blood boiled over. Infinite Azura laws erupted from within him, roaring like 10,000 god beast. Damn it! Empyrean myriad ghost's face twisted into a grotesque image. He thrust out his palm, and from it a hand-sized ghost streamer flew out. This ghost streamer rose through the wind, quickly growing to 10 feet in size. From the ghost streamer, countless ghosts wailed together. This was the billion ghost streamer that Empyrean myriad ghost had personally refined. There were a billion ghosts sealed within it. The black dragon spear smashed into this ghost streamer like an endless bolt of thunder. Innumerable ghosts instantly died within the ghost streamer. Kyla. The sound of ripping fabric filled the air. The black dragon spear continued with overwhelming force. It pierced right through the ghost streamer. A violent surge of energy washed out. The billion ghost streamer was torn apart by the black dragon spear. What? Empyrean myriad ghost's eyes turned red. Lin Ming's mighty strength had completely surpassed his imagination. He watched as the black dragon spear was about to pierce through his body. And because of Lin Ming's two avatars attacking him, Empyrean Myriad Ghost had already used up his moves and was yet to recover. It was impossible for him to resist this attack. In this critical life or death moment, Empyrean Myriad Ghost gave up all thoughts of avoiding. Rather, he stretched out a demonic claw and slashed at Lin Ming's chest. "Junior, if you want to kill me, then I'll crush your heart." Lin Ming's eyes were cold and resolute. He ignored Empyrean Myriad Ghost's threat and welcomed the ghastly claws. His spear stabbed forwards without hesitation. In that instant, the Azura blood surged within him. The power of Azura gathered at his chest, forming a layer of solid black scales. Puff! Lin Ming's black dragon spear thrust through Empyrean Myriad Ghost's protective spirit essence as if it were tofu. Then, it penetrated through his chest, causing blood to spew out. At the same time, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's sharp claws also crashed into Lin Ming's chest. The black scales shattered and blood flew in all directions. Lin Ming's chest was torn up by Empyrean Myriad Ghost, with several ribs breaking. How? Although Empyrean Myriad Ghost had torn apart Lin Ming's chest, his eyes still filled with an incredulous light. His demon claws were the pinnacle of sharpness. Moreover, the corrosive power of the poison laws also coated his claws. In the outside world, in a situation where his cultivation wasn't suppressed, if his claws struck something, then even an ordinary Empyrean spirit treasure would lose a great deal of its spiritual power and be severely damaged. And even though this claw was suppressed by the laws, it still possessed a heaven-defying attack power. Yet, Empyrean Myriad Ghost hadn't been able to thrust his claw into Lin Ming's chest and grab his heart. Lin Ming's mortal body was as hard as divine iron. "You've already used your moves, and it's impossible for this hasty attack of yours to break through my defenses." If this were Empyrean Myriad Ghost's all-out strike, then Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to resist it with his body even if he revolved the Azura blood to its limits. But this hasty attack was something he could defend against. "You're finished." Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear, pouring a wild amount of strength into it. For a time, above Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body, the wound caused by the black dragon spear suddenly began spinning, becoming a dark black hole. Within this hole, a massive vortex shined with a black light, emitting a strange mystic strength that swallowed all. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's face distorted. He revolved his energy to the limit to resist the corrosion of this black light and force the black dragon spear out from his body. But as soon as he tried, his body violently shook. He turned around. Behind him, two figures had appeared like ghosts and gods. The dense cold light of their weapons reflected on his body. It was too late to dodge. Puff! Puff! Two sharp weapons pierced through flesh. Behind Empyrean Myriad Ghost, the black-clothed Lin Ming and purple-clothed Lin Ming had attacked together. A golden spear and a purple sword thrust out, piercing through Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body. Blood gushed out. Empyrean Myriad Ghost had been simultaneously struck by three weapons, and these three weapons were all held by three different Lin Mings. This scene was truly alarming. Empyrean Myriad Ghost vomited a great mouthful of blood. The endless ghost laws on his body fluttered out, trying to resist that horrifying black light. But no matter what he tried, it didn't matter. Beneath the corrosion of the black light, his body began to slowly disintegrate. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, the feeling of dying was the same as in reality. As an Empyrean, when would Empyrean Myriad Ghost have experienced such a feeling? As he stared at Lin Ming, his eyes clouded over with disbelief. He had been defeated beneath the hands of a junior. How could he accept this? "I hate you. If my cultivation hadn't been suppressed, I would have slaughtered you like a dog." As Empyrean Myriad Ghost spoke, blood spewed out from between his lips. Lin Ming coldly poured more energy into the black dragon spear. Fissures began to appear all over Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body, dripping with blood. Ka. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body continually broke down. Soon, with a loud explosive sound, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body burst into an endless cloud of blood that rained to the ground. After several breaths of time, in the place where Empyrean Myriad Ghost had existed, all that remained was a hazy blood mist as well as the tattered remnants of ghost energy. Like this, an Empyrean of his generation had disappeared from the Akashic Dream battlefield. Watching from the sidelines, the entire audience of martial artists fell silent. This human had killed an Empyrean. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, the strongest existence was an Empyrean. To kill an Empyrean proved that Lin Ming was invincible within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Who was he? Devil. Some people cried out in fear, as if no one in this world was a match for this human. The disciples of Zenith Palace had already lost all ability to speak. The strongest highest elder of Zenith Palace was only an ordinary world king, and amidst ordinary world kings he was amongst the weaker ones. Even so, to them, a world king was a lofty and unattainable existence. As for a great world king, that was no different from a spiritual god to them. And an Empyrean, that was something they could not imagine. With a wave of a hand, an Empyrean could destroy 1 trillion lives. Yet such an existence had been killed by this human junior. Even in the Akashic Dream battlefield where cultivations were suppressed by the laws, they simply couldn't wrap their minds around this. In their impression, an Empyrean should never be defeated. In particular, what they couldn't accept the most was that not too long ago, Lin Ming was still in their Zenith Palace. Many people had shouted at Lin Ming and Yi Fan had vowed to take revenge against him. As they recalled that scene, the disciples of Zenith Palace suddenly developed ugly complexions. Why had this human appeared at Zenith Palace? I suspect that the space storm at the Great Desolate Glacier was likely caused by this Lin Muck. The Zenith Vice Palace Master suddenly said, causing the several elders of Zenith Palace to shrink their necks and a cold chill to crawl up their backs. That terrifying space storm had sheared off 1 million glacier, and all of this was because of this junior. Thinking about it, this was extremely likely. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence that he would appear there and at that time? No matter what, he is only a traveler. He should have been severely wounded and temporarily rested at Zenith Palace. In truth, he has no feelings towards Zenith Palace and will eventually depart on his own. Jade River suddenly said, a hint of sadness in her voice. She was a woman whose heart was higher than the heavens. But as she saw Lin Ming, who was destined to leave them and who also possessed such incredible achievements, she couldn't help but develop a sense of inferiority. At this moment, Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear, his entire body stained red with blood. Countless scattered ghost spirits wound around him, continuing to emit their last sobs and howls. Standing in the midst of all this, Lin Ming resembled a death god. For everyone present, this was a sight that they would never forget in their lifetimes. It's over. I've killed an Empyrean. At this time, Lin Ming held his token, feeling it grow hotter and hotter. All sorts of emotions surged in his body. This was the first time that Lin Ming had struck down an Empyrean, and he was also a middle-ranked Empyrean. Although his cultivation was suppressed, killing him had made Lin Ming excited to the point of trembling. He desired strength far too much. With the great calamity imminent, Lin Ming needed the ability to at least contend with an Empyrean. Only then would he be able to play a minor role in the great calamity. And even this goal seemed extremely distant for Lin Ming. The token grew increasingly hot, as if it would melt down. The merit points grew at a mind-boggling pace. Lin Ming watched as his merit points rapidly rose. In a short time, they almost doubled in number. After killing an Empyrean, the merit points Lin Ming obtained were equal to the sum total from everyone else he had killed so far. Lin Ming took a deep breath, a fervent light in his eyes. At this time, his chest was also bleeding. But the blood vitality had already gathered there, slowly regenerating the wound caused by Empyrean Myriad Ghost. As those below watched this, they had no idea what to say. Not only did this human have incredible combat strength, but his recovery abilities were also dreadful. He was simply a god beast in human form, perhaps even more abnormal than a god beast. In the future, once he grew, just how terrifying would he become? At this time, Lin Ming swallowed a pill. The reason he had taken an attack to kill Empyrean Myriad Ghost was in truth to force the battle to a quick end. To him, suffering some injuries wasn't much at all, because his regenerative capabilities were amazing. Rather, consuming a massive amount of energy was the most dangerous scenario for Lin Ming. He didn't want to be exhausted of energy in such a dangerous environment. After all, There was still an existence in the Akashic Dream battlefield that could threaten him. If he retained his strength, then even if he couldn't defeat the enemy he could still escape. But if he exhausted all of his energy and was killed by this person, then that would be the same as gifting himself to others. An Empyrean is truly formidable. Lin Ming recalled the battle. In terms of laws alone, he was slightly inferior to Empyrean Myriad Ghost. He had relied on other aspects to win. If I wasn't facing Empyrean Myriad Ghost but Sheng Mai, then even if our cultivations were suppressed to the same boundary, I could not face her. Lin Ming quickly judged his own strength. Just because he had been able to crush the undying polar ice's frozen egg didn't mean that he was equivalent to Sheng Mai at the same cultivation boundary. Chapter 1822, Chaos Demon God Retreats. Chapter 1822, Chaos Demon God Retreats. In terms of strength, a middle Empyrean like Empyrean Myriad Ghost couldn't be compared with a lower Empyrean like Sheng Mai. Moreover, the difference was considerable. Back at the final trial's 5th level, Lin Ming appeared to have accomplished something that had been impossible for Sheng Mai. But the truth was that in that battle, Sheng Mai had been far more useful than Lin Ming was. In the first struggle with the Undying Inferno, Sheng Mai by herself was responsible for the majority of defending against the Undying Inferno as well as attacking it afterwards. In the second round, when facing the Undying Polar Ice, Sheng Mai had also been responsible for the majority of the defense. Lin Ming had only needed to complete the final strike. With Lin Ming's understanding of the Azura laws as well as the inherent suppression of his techniques and also the support of the Black Dragon Spear, he was finally able to crush open the Undying Polar Ice's egg. But in a true life or death battle, one had to look at laws, force fields, techniques, and so forth. Just the feat of breaking open the Undying Polar Ice's egg couldn't explain everything. The Death God is looking at us. Sensing Lin Ming's vision on them, many people felt fear and apprehension. Lin Ming's gaze was like a bolt of lightning, causing a shiver to crawl up their backs and their hearts to skip a beat. "Don't tell me he's going to attack us," someone said, their voice trembling. They already began to think of turning and running. The truth was that they had already finished watching the fun. Now, everyone here who had the qualifications to be killed by Lin Ming was already dead, and there was no one else worth noticing. He shouldn't. At this point, we're just little bits of rice to him. Our several thousand merit points shouldn't be worth a glance to him, someone said. Although this was a strike to their self-confidence, it was simply a statement of facts. Lin Ming's target was world kings, great world kings, and even Empyreans. And indeed, Lin Ming wasn't looking at these people. Rather, his gaze pierced through these people, locking in on some place in the far-off distance. The place where Lin Ming looked seemed to contain a chaotic atmosphere. And Lin Ming's gaze pierced through this chaos as if he saw through everything. "Since you've come, why not reveal yourself?" Lin Ming coldly said. He had sensed that at the end of his battle with Empyrean Myriad Ghost, a divine sense had locked onto him, but this person hadn't done anything. There had been a single instant eruption of killing intent as if this person wanted to sneak attack Lin Ming at the moment he had killed Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But in the end, this killing intent had dimmed down. Now, this sense was continuously hidden in chaos, hard for even Lin Ming to detect. Before, the reason that Lin Ming had mutually wounded himself was to preserve the amount of energy he had remaining, and it was all because he needed to deal with this enemy who was hiding in the perimeter. Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present. What? Someone's hiding and hasn't revealed themselves. Someone cried out in alarm. They followed Lin Ming's vision, but all they saw was void that tumbled with a faintly visible aura of chaos as well as the boundless terrain of the Akashic Dream battlefield. Those who came to the Akashic Dream battlefield were all outstanding individuals of their generation and were not fools. After sifting through the information they knew, they quickly guessed just who Lin Ming was speaking about. To be able to hide himself in nothingness and deceive all those present, spying on Lin Ming in secret, and to have the courage to do all of this, perhaps the only one capable was Chaos Demon God. Chaos Demon God was also a middle Empyrean. He was the sworn blood enemy of Empyrean Myriad Ghost. The reason he came to the Akashic Dream battlefield was in order to fight Empyrean Myriad Ghost. However, Empyrean Myriad Ghost had eventually been slain by Lin Ming instead. Before this, Chaos Demon God had likely exchanged a few skirmishes with Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But without a doubt, the two of them hadn't been able to do much to each other. In other words, Chaos Demon God was at the same level of strength as Empyrean Myriad Ghost. If Lin Ming were in his peak state, then Chaos Demon God wouldn't be his opponent. However, Lin Ming was currently wounded, and through that long battle he must have consumed a considerable amount of strength. In this case, Chaos Demon God had still only kept on spying, not attacking Lin Ming, even when Lin Ming was fiercely battling Empyrean Myriad Ghost and there were plenty of excellent opportunities to launch a sneak attack. Chaos Demon God had held back his desire to strike. No one believed that this was because Chaos Demon God didn't like to do things like sneak attacks. The value of the Kirin fruit was enough to cause an Empyrean to ignore any morals they had before. This meant that even in that fierce battle, Chaos Demon God still didn't have full assurance he could defeat Lin Ming. At the very least, he didn't have any confidence that he could prevent Lin Ming from escaping. Thus, he decided not to attack. In the void, Chaos Demon God remained silent. The overlapping waves of chaos seemed like mystic illusions that contained endless mysteries, completely incomprehensible to anyone. Lin Ming didn't move. He remained sitting where he was in the air. At the same time, he rapidly absorbed the pill in his body to restore his strength and revolved his blood vitality to regenerate his wounds. The flesh on his chest wriggled as it regenerated, slowly restoring itself. He didn't attack Chaos Demon God because he didn't have confidence he could kill two Empyreans in a row. But conversely, if Chaos Demon God attacked, he also couldn't do anything to Lin Ming. Even if Chaos Demon God had chosen to attack Lin Ming when Lin Ming was attacking Empyrean Myriad Ghost with the final strike, Lin Ming could still have used his two avatars to defend against any potential sneak attacks. The grey fog scattered. In the far-off distance within the swirling chaos energy, after Lin Ming's words, everyone began to faintly feel the pressure coming out from that space, causing their hearts to race. I can really feel the aura of an Empyrean. Perhaps Chaos Demon God has already been here for some time. Of course he would come. Just what kind of character is Chaos Demon God? How could he not have sensed such a ruckus? Why wouldn't he have rushed over? If Chaos Demon God joined forces with Empyrean Myriad Ghost, they probably could have defeated Lin Muck. That's impossible. Chaos Demon God and Empyrean Myriad Ghost are blood-sworn enemies of each other, so it's almost impossible for them to join forces. Moreover, even if they did, Lin Muck would still have been able to run away, and I don't think either of them would have been able to catch him. Many people sighed with emotion. Such a result was simply unbelievable. This stalemate continued for a long time. Then, a boundless voice echoed out, "Truly, I cannot harm you. You and I have no enmity, so today I shall not attack you, nor do I wish to fight you in the future. We will both mind our own business and neither of us shall interfere with the other." Chaos Demon God compromised, making a deal with Lin Ming, but Lin Ming didn't want to compromise like this, because within Chaos Demon God's words there seemed to be a subtle meaning. It was that if he didn't attack Lin Ming today and didn't take the opportunity to sneak attack him, that was the same as doing Lin Ming a favor. Lin Ming coldly sneered, "Yes, you and I have no enmity, but today, if I were weak, would you have not tried to steal away my Kirin fruit because we don't have enmity with each other? The only reason you don't attack me is because you don't have the confidence that you can kill me." Lin Ming's words stood in sharp opposition, measure for measure. The chaos demon energy in the void began to violently shake, becoming disorderly. Chaos Demon God furiously shouted, "What are you trying to say? Let me tell you something. If you want to attack me today, then go ahead and do it. If you don't attack, I won't consider this any favor done. If we meet in the future, whether we are friends or enemies is another story altogether." Lin Ming's voice was indifferent and his momentum was aggressive. In truth, he didn't want to force a character like Chaos Demon God to the end. After all, this other person was a middle Empyrean. If Lin Ming left the Akashic Dream battlefield and he bumped into a center Empyrean, he wouldn't have the chance to run away. To offend this kind of enemy wasn't a wise move at all. But Lin Ming needed 1 billion merit points and was currently missing 400 million. He was worried that if he didn't kill Chaos Demon God, then he wouldn't be able to collect these 400 million merit points. For the legendary Golden Page, Lin Ming would rather offend Chaos Demon God. Humph. At this time, a cold humph filled with killing intent spread out. The martial artists present were startled. They thought that Chaos Demon God was about to attack. However, slowly, he eventually hid himself once more. The tumbling chaos energy retreating, disappearing like sweeping winds and scattering clouds, vanishing from sight. Chaos Demon God had fled, because he had felt a threat from Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming had considerable injuries, Chaos Demon God could still feel that in the short quarter hour, Lin Ming had recovered a considerable amount. The wound on his chest had healed by over 80%. Lin Ming might still have some hidden card in his hand. Or, perhaps he could recover some more while fighting using guerrilla tactics, or perhaps he could even absorb some of the essence energy from the Kirin fruit to heal himself. But no matter what happened, it was likely that Chaos Demon God wouldn't be able to do anything to Lin Ming. Rather, he could be bitten by Lin Ming in return. At that time, he would be even more disgraced. The gains didn't equal the losses. Chaos Demon God had a much more careful and subtle personality than Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Thus, when he retreated, he quietly disappeared, not leaving behind a trace of his aura. As Chaos Demon God withdrew, all of the martial artists present relaxed. But at the same time they also felt a faint sense of regret. They thought that they could bear witness to another unrivaled battle, but in the end nothing had happened. Even Chaos Demon God gave up first. This boy is far too terrifying. Even when injured he can still fight an Empyrean. His recovery ability is extraordinary. His laws, foundation, techniques, inner world, blood vitality, mortal body, even his spiritual sea, everything is perfect. He's just some freakish monster. No one knew what Lin Ming's skeletal age was, but what they could faintly feel was that he was undoubtedly a truly dreadful genius. Chapter 1823, Hidden Treasures. Chapter 1823, Hidden Treasures. News of Lin Ming killing Empyrean Myriad Ghost and forcing Chaos Demon God to retreat soon spread throughout the entire Akashic Dream battlefield. The two Empyreans had originally entered the Akashic Dream battlefield to duel each other, but their battles hadn't been seen by anyone, nor had they gone all out. Rather, they had only exchanged a few initial probing strikes. But now, they were both ruined by Lin Ming. One had been directly killed and the other had fled in the eyes of all present. This was a simply unimaginable situation. For a time, the terrifying name of Lin Muk spread throughout the entire Akashic Dream battlefield. This was news that came from Zenith Palace. The young disciples of Zenith Palace couldn't help but brag about their relationship with Lin Ming, thus they naturally used the name he had given them, Lin Muk. On the Akashic Dream battlefield, people felt fear and awe upon hearing this name. This was especially true for the World Kings and Great World Kings here. They were afraid that they would accidentally bump into Lin Ming and wouldn't even have any hopes of escaping, eventually becoming a part of Lin Ming's merit points. However, none of this news spread outside the Akashic Dream battlefield. Once the Akashic Dream battlefield was sealed up, no one would know what occurred within until the full 3 years had passed. However, Lin Ming simply didn't care about any of this at all. Alone, he trod deep into the vast desolate woods. Not too far behind, a little girl followed. She wore a bright red dress and her rosy feet were bare as she stepped upon the wind. Her snow-white toes were like 10 pearls, glowing with a crystalline light. In this forest there were countless giant ancient vicious beasts, in other words, soul beasts. These soul beasts were particularly fierce and would launch continuous ambushes, creating a good deal of trouble for Lin Ming. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that the little girl simply fluttered forwards, unnoticed by these soul beasts. No matter how formidable the soul beasts were, they would just run past her without sparing her a glance. From deep within the ancient forest, there was a mystic and formidable aura that emanated outwards. Lin Ming also discovered the existence of this aura. He grew increasingly sure that the hidden treasure the red-dressed little girl spoke of was this existence. This ancient forest seemed to have existed for countless billions of years. Each leaf was as large as a house. Any rays of light that shined down were blocked by layers of thick leaves, filtering out to a dim haze that left mottled shadows on the ground. What is that? Lin Ming suddenly paused. In the forest, his figure flashed, instantly traveling hundreds of miles. Soon, he reached the edge of the ancient forest. What he suddenly saw in front of him was a vast outcropping of rocks, a stone forest that towered in an open space for hundreds of miles. This stone forest was vast. As Lin Ming leapt up to the canopy of the trees, he looked down and saw that the shape of this stone forest resembled that of a hand. The 5 fingers were represented by 5 massive towering stone formations. The way that the central region was set up resembled a palm. This stone forest was covered in a dense blanket of brilliant light that dazzled the eyes. Waves of strange runes shot up from the stone forest, rising up like a river of stars. A bird-soul beast that had a wingspan of over 30 feet flew out from the forest and into the broad skies. However, it carefully avoided the stone forest, as if there was something terrifying within it. This caused Lin Ming's mind to chill. The stone forest should be the hidden treasure trove that the little girl spoke of. However, this hidden treasure area contained a horrifying aura. Lin Ming frowned. He drew back his gaze from the stone forest and slowly turned around. Behind him, atop the ground that looked like rocky sand, the red-dressed girl was calmly floating. You said that the hidden treasure area is in this stone forest. He knew that this little girl was extremely timid, thus he tried to keep his voice as gentle as possible. Millimeter. Looking at the stone forest, a strange and lonely look crossed the red-dressed little girl's face, followed by confusion. Then, she looked towards Lin Ming and rapidly nodded. Chirp chirp. The Kirin fruit cried out, revealing a horrified look as it stared at the stone forest. It was unknown just what it was afraid of. But why would Lin Ming care about whether this little fruit was scared? He put away the Kirin fruit and said, "Let's go." Lin Ming called out to the little girl. Then, he cautiously approached the mysterious stone forest. But before long, he suddenly stopped, a look of amazement crossing his face. All he felt was an invisible, mountain-like atmosphere enveloping him. A tremendous pressure fell upon every inch of his skin, pressing down on his shoulders. Even though he had billions of jins of strength, he still found it onerous to move. Every joint in his body emitted popping sounds. However, he was still 10 miles away from the stone forest. But what startled him the most was not this formidable and invisible aura, but the fact that within this aura, there was a familiar feeling. It was because this aura was not just simple soul force. Rather, it contained the power of energy, from the essence gathering system. This was a simply unthinkable matter. The Akashic Dream battlefield was only a small part of the Akashic Dream world. The Akashic Dream world itself was a treasure left behind by the first ancestor of all spiriters, an existence that surpassed the realm of true divinity. Everything inside should be formed from the purest soul force, so how could such a pure and rich power from the essence gathering system have appeared here? Lin Ming was puzzled. He let out a deep breath and his blood vitality began to surge within his body, flowing like an endlessly raging river. From every pore of his body, an invisible astral energy shot out, forcefully resisting the strange pressure that was everywhere around him. Who? After energizing the blood vitality essence energy within his body, he forcefully split apart the potent pressure like a river, causing it to flow around him. Step by step, he slowly approached the mysterious stone forest. Millimeter? What is this power? This air power is clearly one of the 33 heavens' great Taos. This is also another great Tao power of the 33 heavens. The closer Lin Ming came to the stone forest, the more shocked he became. He began to feel more and more great Tao systems as he approached the stone forest. Moreover, what was most peculiar of all was that even though these powers didn't belong to the Akashic Dream world, they weren't suppressed, weakened, or even repelled. This completely subverted Lin Ming's understandings of the 33 heavens' great Taos. To leave behind such a tremendous aura that contains the great Taos of the 33 heavens, could this stone forest have been left behind by a true divinity-level character? No, even a true divinity-level character shouldn't possess the power of so many great Taos from the 33 heavens. As far as I know, The only one who has managed to grasp the power of so many great Taos, through the endless ages, has only been the Azura Roadmaster. As Lin Ming was thinking about all of this, he reached less than a mile from the stone forest. Even though his body was as intense as an ancient vicious beast, at this time, he was being suppressed by the great Tao aura of the 33 heavens. His skin and his bones constantly distorted as wave-like ripples passed over him. Even his face twisted beneath the unimaginably huge pressure, continuously changing. Every inch of Lin Ming's body felt as if it were being grinded by a pan. The pain was agonizing. Lin Ming took another step forwards. Hum, hum, hum. From his originally quiet dantian, the Azura heavenly array diagram began to quietly tremble and hum. The array formation that was fused into his flesh and blood began to emanate waves of the Azura heavenly Tao's strength. The Azura heavenly array diagram was left behind by the Azura Roadmaster and was formed by combining the three source energies of essence, energy, and divine. It could reform an image of the Azura Road within his body, so that the power he obtained from the Azura Road wouldn't be suppressed and repelled by the great Taos of the 33 heavens. This array diagram that fused into Lin Ming was one of the ultimate rewards he received from the Azura Road's final trial. In ordinary times, as long as Lin Ming didn't use the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, then the Azura heavenly array diagram would remain dormant, without any movement at all. But at this time, it actually resonated with some strange force and was opening on its own. Even the numerous divine runic symbols that Lin Ming had on him didn't remain calm. The Azura heavenly Tao laws within them also began to emit keening cries. This is the aura of the Azura Roadmaster. Lin Ming's sharp senses perceived the aura of the Azura Roadmaster. Moreover, it was from the mysterious stone forest. This vast and boundless aura seemed to contain a momentum that could swallow the universe. Even as Lin Ming was shocked, he still felt an intimate familiarity with it. Moreover, as this aura appeared, the auras of the 33 heavens' great Taos were suddenly weakened. The pressure on Lin Ming lightened by a great deal. More and more suspicions appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Why would the aura of the Azura Roadmaster appear here? This was the Akashic dream world. Did the Azura Roadmaster also step into the Akashic dream world before? This thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind, leaving him feeling inexplicably astonished. Chapter 1824, Ancient Ruins. Chapter 1824, Ancient Ruins. Lin Ming looked towards the red-dressed little girl. The little girl's vacant look confirmed that he wouldn't be able to obtain any valuable information from her, such as why the aura of the Azura Roadmaster was kept here. The two slowly approached the stone forest. For a time, the entire stone forest seemed to come alive with movement. Flower petals formed from the great Tao began to fall down from the skies, turning into strange runes that blocked out the world. Lin Ming and the little girl were also blocked out. It was an incomprehensible defensive array formation. What? The little girl cried out in surprise. The soul force she emitted seemed to come into conflict with this aura and was bounced back by the array formation, nearly causing her to be injured. However, the little girl surprised Lin Ming yet again. Her body seemed to be weightless. As she was pushed back by this strange energy, she fluttered backwards like a piece of cotton. Like this, she flew backwards several dozen feet before gently landing. What's wrong? Titi, this place is a bit strange. Every time I come I will be bitten by something strange. But last time it wasn't so strong. After being with Lin Ming for such a long time, the little girl's voice seemed to smooth out, as if all her previous speaking problems were because she hadn't spoken with anyone for far too long a time. Lin Ming couldn't help but look at her and ask, "How old are you?" The red-dressed little girl revealed a dazed expression. After a while she shook her head and said, "I don't know. ISS seemed to have slept for a long time, but for some reason, I woke up afterwards and I ended up here, and then I often see outsiders come here and try to catch me, as well as my friends." The red-dressed little girl spoke with a frown, as if these were memories she didn't want to remember. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. This little girl's life experiences were far too strange. According to what she said, she had likely lived for a long time already and had been deeply slumbering for most of the time. And as for the outsiders, they were naturally the trial challengers that came to the Akashic dream battlefield. When these people searched for treasures in this mystic realm, they undoubtedly disturbed the rest of the little girl, and the spirit medicines they tried to take were similar to spiritual medicines like the Kirene fruit who were able to manifest themselves. No wonder this little girl was guarded when she saw me, and seemed to fear me. Just who is she? Why does she seem like Fishy? Lin Ming suddenly recalled Yang Littlefish. Although Fishy seemed like an ordinary little girl on the outside, she was actually an enigma that could eat violet sunstones and 9 sun jades as if they were candy. She also didn't remember how long she had lived. But her age didn't match her mindset. It seemed that her thoughts had stayed at the level of a little child, always a bit dull and silly. Her appearance had also never changed. She always resembled a little girl in her early teens, never growing, never aging. This array formation is naturally formed by the 33 heavens great Tao. It is not made by mortal hands. In order to enter, one has to follow the great Tao laws of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming thought for a moment. His eyes focused on the array formation in front of him. Within his pupils, tens of thousands of runes were reflected, weaving together in the skies like endless stars, vast and profound. There were similarities between this array formation and divine runic symbols. He had studied divine runic symbols for many years and had absorbed the memories of many divine runic masters. His background was deep and he was confident that he could solve this array formation. For some time, he began making innumerable deductions in his mind. Slowly, he found a vein of the defensive array formation. Spear light flicked out from his fingertips, loudly smashing into a node of the array formation. Like a giant stone falling into a calm lake, strong ripples began to spread outwards. The entire array formation suddenly collapsed. This incomparably dense stone forest began to decay and collapse at a speed visible to the eyes. This was an erosion produced by endless years of weathering. Lin Ming was shocked to see this. The earth beneath his feet began to violently shake. The surrounding space started to change. In an instant, the stone forest in front of him had disappeared. Who? An ice-cold wind howled above him. The world in front of him turned into an incredibly bleak and desolate wasteland. The rugged stones in the ground emitted a chilling aura. Not too far away, a hellish black abyss was exposed to the air, emitting a boundless mystic strength. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His figure flickered and he appeared hundreds of miles away. As he arrived at the edge of the black abyss, he peered inside. His entire body shook. The black abyss was fathomless, without anything visible at all. Rather, he felt 2 auras that caused his heart to tremble. One of these auras was an incomparably pure black energy, one that released an unspeakable oppressive feeling, as if all living beings to exist had to bow before it. It was vigorous and powerful. This was a mass of soul force that had reached the pinnacle of purity, and even contained the feel of the great Tao. Without a doubt, this was the limit of soul force. The purity and depth of this soul force far surpassed even that of Soul Empress Sheng Mai. As this soul force surged, there were infinite changes within. Just by glancing at it, one's heart would race, feeling as if their divine soul would be swallowed up. As for the other aura, it was one that Lin Ming was familiar with, the aura of the Azura Roadmaster. This aura carried with it the strength of the Azura Heavenly Tao, as deep as an endless ocean. It was majestic and daring, with a killing intent that soared into the heavens, seeming capable of crushing the universe itself. These 2 auras had existed in this space since time immemorial, faintly struggling with each other and colliding with each other, with no distinction of rank between them. Who is this person? They can contend with the Azura Roadmaster on the same level? Lin Ming was surprised. He discovered that this soul force that fought with the Azura Roadmaster's remnant aura was not any worse. Because of the peerless array formation here, this soul force as well as the Azura Roadmaster's aura had been sealed in an independent world, not dissipating even after billions upon billions of years. Rather, it faintly formed its own heavenly Tao system and continuously grew. Countless runes spun out, vividly dancing in the darkness of space. Lin Ming revolved the power of the Azura laws and looked at these runes with rapt attention. Even though his eyes became a little sore, he made a bewildering discovery. These runes that danced in the air were like history books, recording unimaginable scenes within them. Lin Ming discovered that at the end of the abyss beneath him, there was yet another abyss, one that was deep and without end. Within that abyss, a grand aura also surged outwards. That abyss was incredibly dense, riddling this entire world like a honeycomb. Could this be an ancient battlefield from when the Azura Roadmaster was fighting with someone else? Lin Ming thought, dumbfounded. The Azura Roadmaster had lived billions of years ago. Such a broken world could only appear if struck by a great strength. Just as he thought this, the black clouds of energy that camouflaged the void began to fade away. Stars twinkled in space, distant and cold in the endless void. Trillions of stars continued without end, even hanging above his head. Looking up, he could make out strange stones and inexhaustible mountain ranges. These stars emitted a boundless mystical power of stars. Lin Ming was standing on a star, but amongst the boundless stars in the universe, it was only an ordinary one. Taking a broad look around, he could see that the innumerable stars around him were tattered and riddled with holes, verging on the point of collapse. Even further away, at the center of the galaxy, there were massive wreckages of annihilated stars burning there. At the center of the galaxy, there were no more stars or dust. Rather, there was only a pitch-black and burning red light shining endlessly from within. These two lights were like two universes. With just a single glance, Lin Ming's chest violently trembled, as if he had been struck by some large invisible hand. Strong. These were two absolutely strong forces. Time passed. Even the erosion of time wasn't able to cause these two groups of power to disappear. Instead, they formed the laws of the heavens and earth, becoming like yin and yang, mutually elevating and constraining each other, growing together. They were like infinite suns exploding. An incomprehensibly powerful mystic strength was imprisoned, seeming to exist for eternity. Millimeter? This is. Lin Ming could vaguely see an image. The Azura was standing in the pitch-black cold of space. He wore black armor and his pupils shined with a terrifying light. He was fighting a man with a similarly terrifying aura. This man walked the distant end of the galaxy where they began to fight each other. The Azura's fist shadows were vigorous and vast, each fist shadow strike tearing apart the universe. Endless stars cracked apart, swallowing up the man that walked in from the other side of the galaxy. In these endless shadows, the man pulled out a strange ancient black book. He began to recite scriptures. The scriptures turned into ancient words that spread out from the Azura's rain of fist shadows. Every ancient word changed into columns of soul force in the void. They tore through the galaxy and collided with the Azura's fist shadows. Terrifying fluctuations of energy spread out, tearing apart large tracts of space and destroying millions of stars. This battle continued for a mind-boggling period of time. It was unknown how many years they fought or how many billions of stars were crushed. In the end, the mysterious man's forehead was scratched by the Azura Roadmaster's fist shadows. His star-heavy blood fell down, crashing into the boundless space below. With this, a mysterious page from the ancient black book in the man's hands also fell down. After this scene, all illusions collapsed. Lin Ming reappeared at the edge of the giant abyss. Azura runes shimmered in front of him. What Lin Ming saw just now were the records contained within the runes born from the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The mysterious man that fought with the Azura Roadmaster was naturally the ancient first ancestor of the Spiriters. The center of the galaxy had been their final battlefield. In the Azura Road's final trial, at the end of the mysterious Bluestone Road, Lin Ming had seen the Azura Roadmaster fight with this mysterious man. But the outcome of that battle had been unknown. However, Lin Ming now knew the final result. The ancient king of the Spiriters had lost to the Azura Roadmaster. But, the Azura Roadmaster had also been injured. Moreover, the incomparably ancient and mysterious book had a golden page fall out from it, making it incomplete. Chapter 1825, Middle Holy Lord. Chapter 1825, Middle Holy Lord. Without a doubt, that fallen golden page was a part of the Spiriters' holy scripture. As for this part of the Akashic dream universe, It was likely a mystic realm left over from before the first ancestor of the Spiriters collapsed. As for the void here, it was probably the ancient battlefield between the Azura Road Master and the first ancestor of the Spiriters. Thinking of this, Lin Ming was shocked. His heart began to surge with heated blood even as his eyes brightened. If so, then there were traces and marks here left behind by a battle between two peerless masters. To a martial artist at Lin Ming's level, this was an unimaginable wealth. Faint lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws continuously dissipated from his fingertips, resonating in sympathy with the remnant battle aura left behind by the Azura Roadmaster in that deep black abyss. Bang! An incomparably pure aura of the Azura heavenly Tao began to flow into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. He could clearly feel the battle between the Azura Roadmaster and the ancient Spiriters King. The subtle utilizations of the Azura heavenly Tao's power was completely reflected in his mind. With his current understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao, he slowly verified these truths. In the past, when he had walked down the Bluestone Road, Lin Ming had passed through the spirit marks left behind by the Azura Roadmaster and had watched on as the Azura Roadmaster fought in innumerable great battles. But that had only been watching. It was different from now, where he could combine his realizations with the marks left behind on the ancient battlefield by the Azura Roadmaster. It was like he had become one with the Azura Roadmaster. The things he could comprehend were even more profound. He could feel in his body as the Azura Roadmaster fought with his enemy, understanding each minute change in the use of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. These comprehensions were all slowly verified with his previous understandings of the Azura heavenly Tao. Slowly, Lin Ming was able to grasp the power of the Azura heavenly Tao even tighter, allowing his understandings to rise once more. Lin Ming sat down on the edge of the abyss and slowly meditated. In the dark void, countless Azura runes fluttered about. These Azura runes were like the text of a history book, having recorded endless mysteries. Lin Ming slowly entered deep into an ethereal state. Behind him, a withered old tree with strong dragon-like roots began to slowly appear, taking root in the void. The tree spread out its elderly branches and leaves, and all around the tree, falling petals appeared, like a noble immortal wonderland. This was a phenomenon that occurred when Mount Potala's body tree appeared. It was a pure land of ultimate bliss within this world. Beneath the body tree, Lin Ming had fused together several different martial intents. This allowed him to enter a completely concentrated state whenever he wished, without sound, without touch, without sight, without sense. Lin Ming meditated like this, oblivious to the passing of time. He constantly sifted through the runes, obtaining realizations from the mysteries within. These changes have allowed the power of the Azura heavenly Tao to reach the pinnacle. This is truly perfect. No wonder the ancient Spiriters King wasn't able to defend himself even though he tried his best. So the power of the Azura Heaven Tao laws was used like this. With such a stunning evolution, it is in no way inferior to the essence of the 33 Heavens' great Taos. Lin Ming floated in the void, star-like runes spinning around him as he slowly perceived the aura of the Azura Roadmaster. Every tiny change that occurred when the Azura Roadmaster fought with the ancient Spiriters King appeared in his mind. Like this, 6 months rapidly passed. Lin Ming's figure, from the edge of the abyss, began to enter the ancient galactic battlefield. He endlessly sensed the battle aura left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. His comprehensions of the Azura heavenly Tao laws became increasingly profound. The surrounding blood-red power of the Azura heavenly Tao's aura formed into faint red strands that wrapped around Lin Ming. From a distance, it looked as if Lin Ming had been bound in a crimson cocoon. This cocoon was large, like a blood-red meteor. Sitting cross-legged within, Lin Ming was utterly immersed in his contemplative state. The Azura heavenly array diagram within him constantly hummed. The giant Azura phantom appeared, pushing a massive wheel. It slowly fused with the blood-red cocoon. In the surging chaos, new changes gradually appeared. Unknowingly and unwittingly, Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel and other Azura martial skills that Lin Ming learned through the Azura Sutra began to constantly evolve, transforming once more. Even the Azura phantom that pushed the myriad demon karmic wheel began to fill up with flesh and blood, emitting a terrifying momentum. Its pitch-black pupils began to blaze with a crimson light. At the end, the blood-red cocoon surrounding Lin Ming became increasingly thick until it almost reached the size of a planet. Lin Ming flew closer and closer to the center of the ancient galaxy battlefield. Finally, with a loud rumbling sound, he fused together with the strongest battle runes left behind in the battle between the Azura Road Master and the ancient Spiriters King. The blood-red cocoon began to rapidly revolve within the ancient galaxy battlefield. Bursts of red light flashed out and exploded as if a sea of thunder was rumbling within. Inside the blood-red cocoon, Lin Ming was sitting naked in the void, like an ancient Buddha deep in contemplation. Every pore on his body emitted a blinding light. Dense crimson curse seals crawled over his body like countless centipedes. Every curse seal contained the rhythm of the great Tao and emitted the roars of dragons and tigers. These curse seals were the most ancient texts of the Azura Sutra. Originally, these texts had only been recorded within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, where they floated like stars, obscure and enigmatic, completely incomprehensible. But now, Lin Ming perceived the battle marks left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, and he slowly fused with these battle marks, allowing them to be felt through his body. Then, these battle marks resonated with the Azura Sutra texts within his spiritual sea. Some areas which he was confused about before were suddenly crystal clear. The texts of the Azura Sutra that contained endless mysteries and strength began to thoroughly mingle with Lin Ming's flesh and blood, becoming a part of his body. In that moment, Lin Ming's comprehension of the Azura heavenly Tao rose even further, becoming increasingly perfect. The dazzling blood-red cocoon also began to dim down until falling completely silent. Gradually, it seemed to become a part of the ancient galaxy battlefield, turning into a blood-red meteor that didn't exude any strength at all. It was icy cold and deathly still. This condition continued for an unknown period of time. It seemed to be a single breath of time, and it seemed to be an entire era of a universe. Bang! The icy cold meteor that was the blood-red cocoon loudly shattered and dissipated into the void. Middle Holy Lord Realm. In that instant, Lin Ming knew he had broken into the Middle Holy Lord Realm. Although his cultivation was still suppressed to the Divine Lord Realm in the Akashic Dream battlefield, he knew that as long as he left this place, his cultivation would instantly return to that of a Middle Holy Lord, completely unstoppable. Lin Ming had repeatedly suppressed his cultivation in order to consolidate his foundation. And now, his cultivation could no longer be suppressed. It was like a pot that was filled with too much liquid and couldn't help but flow out. Since it couldn't be suppressed, Lin Ming didn't try to either. He planned to wait once he reached the peak of the Holy Lord Realm and started towards the World King Realm. He would go into seclusion for dozens or even 100 years in order to consolidate his cultivation and have his foundation become as stable as it possibly could. This was in order to offset the problems caused by his cultivation rising too quickly. Lin Ming slowly stepped out. His aura was restrained and every pore on his body was as smooth as the finest jade, not releasing any power at all. He simply walked through the galaxy. With every step he took, parts of broken stars would disintegrate beneath the mysterious beat of his steps. Step after step, he finally reached the outermost edge of the galaxy. He waved his hand and a purple robe covered his naked figure. And at this time, the red-dressed little girl was sitting on the broken star, quietly watching Lin Ming approach. Her eyes shimmered with a divine light. It was unknown just what she was thinking. She seemed a bit dazed, a bit surprised, and even a bit confused. As if she didn't recognize Lin Ming at all. This was truly a trove of hidden treasure. My harvests here were great. Thank you. Lin Ming's voice echoed like billowing thunderclaps, spreading in all directions and causing winds to surge. Everything around him trembled. Some massive rocks that were damaged directly collapsed and crashed to the ground. This was clearly a lion-like phenomenon that only occurred when one's strength became incredibly formidable. The red-dressed little girl jumped up in fright. She shrank inwards. Why you scared me? Lin Ming laughed in embarrassment and awkwardly rubbed his nose. This time he had experienced the last battle between the Azura Road Master and that ancient Spiriters King. He had fused together with the battle marks left here by the Azura Road Master and had obtained endless benefits. He could clearly feel the strength within his body that was as vast as a sea. He had taken another step towards breaking into the critical point of the World King realm. Moreover, he had an even better grasp of the Azura heavenly Tao. Those previously confusing places were now clear to him. With this miraculous enlightenment, it was just like being reborn. At Lin Ming's current level, wanting to take a single step forwards wasn't easy at all. Now that he had such a tremendous harvest, he was naturally overjoyed. Chapter 1826, Exit. Chapter 1826, Exit. Deep within an ancient forest. In a deathly silence, far off in the endless distance, a crimson pillar of light erupted, soaring into the heavens, seeming as if it could pierce through the world. Awoo! In the forest, a three-headed wolf soul beast was feasting on the remnants of a spiritor's youth. It suddenly looked upwards and saw the crimson beam of light. Then, its entire body shook as bits of flesh dropped down from its jaws. It tucked its tail between its legs, turned around, and fled into the forest. For a time, an inexplicably dreadful aura expanded outwards, causing countless soul beasts to escape deep into the ancient forest. In the middle of a dust storm, Lin Ming stepped onto the void, walking out from an endless abyss. The crimson light in his hands slowly dissipated. Behind him, a vortex swirled above the deep abyss. Countless runes sparkled with a mystic strength, slowly closing up the abyss. This mystic land that wasn't easy to approach to begin with fell into a deep slumber once more. In the mystic realm that the red-dressed little girl had guided him to, Lin Ming had mainly perceived the Azura laws. As for the ancient powers left behind by the first ancestor of the spiriters, although Lin Ming had become aware of them, he hadn't been able to perceive much. If he had to think of a reason, this was simply because he didn't understand the ancient laws used by this spiritor's king. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to break into laws that stood at such heights, thus the things he could understand were limited. If I could just look at the true spiritor's holy scripture, then that would be great, Lin Ming suddenly murmured. All clues indicated that the spiritor's holy scripture was in the hands of the current spiritor's sole emperor. And this person was the supreme leader of the spiritors. The seven heavens of the spiritors took him as their leader. Even Shang Mai had to serve the sole emperor, she was considered one of his subordinates. Sole Empress Shang Mai. The title of empress was similar to that of emperor. However, that didn't mean she was the queen of the spiritors. Rather, she could be regarded as the second-ranked existence of the spiritors. In terms of status alone, Shang Mai cast off the good fortune Saint Sun by countless miles. They were two completely incomparable existences. Millimeter, why are you still following me? Lin Ming turned his head. Behind him, the red-dressed little girl was hugging the Kirin fruit in her hands, a shy expression on her face. I've given the Kirin fruit back to you. Our deal has ended. Lin Ming said. But, the red-dressed little girl continued to stare at him with a blank expression for a long time. She nodded, but didn't move away. Lin Ming was surprised. Do you have something you want to say? He could feel that the red-dressed little girl wanted to speak but was hesitant to do so. The little girl parted her lips and said, Why will you have a very nice smell on your body? It is a very familiar feeling. Millimeter? Lin Ming was stunned. He didn't know what the little girl meant. Familiar smell? Could it be Yang Littlefish? Lin Ming immediately thought of Yang Littlefish. Because he had come into contact with Yang Littlefish for a period of time, he had the aura of Yang Littlefish on his body. Could this red-dressed little girl be related to Fishy? Lin Ming was about to speak, but the red-dressed little girl's eyes actually moved down to Lin Ming's stomach. Over there is something I am familiar with. Lin Ming subconsciously traced his stomach. This spot caused a strange color to come over his face. A thought flashed in his mind. For a human, this area was where the Dantian was located. When a martial artist stepped into the divine sea realm, the Dantian evolved into an inner world. The area that the red-dressed little girl was looking at was Lin Ming's inner world. Although the red-dressed little girl's eyes were incomparably pure and soft, Lin Ming could feel that her gaze was extremely sharp, as if she were seeing through his inner world. Unknowingly, Lin Ming revolved his true essence to seal up his inner world. But even so, the red-dressed little girl continued to stare unblinkingly at Lin Ming's stomach. As if she was confirming something. It couldn't be. An idea popped into Lin Ming's mind, one that caused his heart to shake and his breath to quicken. Could this red-dressed little girl be looking at the magic cube? A nice smell, a familiar feeling. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't think that he himself was extraordinary enough to arouse any intimate feelings in the red-dressed little girl. If so, then the most likely explanation was that she was referring to the magic cube in his inner world. This was because Lin Ming always felt that this red-dressed little girl had the greatest connection to Soul Force. Her life experiences were certainly not simple. If the red-dressed little girl was truly referring to the magic cube, then she was the first being that Lin Ming had encountered who could sense the magic cube in his inner world. Even when Lin Ming was deep beneath immemorial Imperial City and encountered the ancient Elysium Seal, that old monster who had served Empyrean Divine Seal and lasted through the previous Great Calamity still hadn't been able to sense the magic cube. Only when he brought it out did it recognize the magic cube. But now, in the presence of this red-dressed little girl, Lin Ming hadn't used the magic cube at all and yet she had still recognized it. This caused him to feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. As he looked at the red-dressed little girl, his eyes became uncertain. The red-dressed little girl's heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously took a step back, somewhat afraid of Lin Ming. She had seen the haunting light in his eyes. "Why were you?" the red-dressed little girl nervously said, her voice beginning to heavily stutter once more. She stubbornly hugged the Kirin fruit to her chest like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing the red-dressed little girl in such a state, Lin Ming let out a long sigh. As he thought of himself just now, he felt a deep sense of shame. These past years he had been far too sensitive and had unwittingly formed the habit of strangling any crises before they could rise. However, he could sense that this red-dressed little girl was guarded against any other strangers, but towards him, she held a rare trust. All of this was likely because of the magic cube. The magic cube had caused a transformation to Lin Ming's soul, becoming faintly similar to something which Sheng Mai had said before, the eternal soul. And to this red-dressed little girl who had a profound connection to Soul Force, this eternal soul likely gave her a deep sense of familiarity. I won't say anything. The little girl rapidly breathed out. At these times, she was quite intelligent. She discovered that there was some secret in Lin Ming's inner world that she couldn't tell anyone. "Do you want to come with me?" Lin Ming asked after thinking for a little while. The red-dressed little girl's pitch-black eyes went wide. She stared at Lin Ming for a long time and then slowly nodded, "Millimeter. Okay, let's go then." Lin Ming turned and flew away. As for the red-dressed little girl, she turned into pure soul force and followed Lin Ming. She was silent and without presence, not even an Empyrean could discover her. As Lin Ming flew, he probed the token in his spatial ring. "My merit points have risen to 600 million, but I still need 400 million. Lin Ming frowned, a cold light glittering in his eyes. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, just around less than a year had passed. He still had 2 years remaining. He had to hunt enough masters and collect the remaining 400 million. The power of his divine sense rippled outwards, spreading out for hundreds of miles. Lin Ming discovered there were very few martial artists around him. Because of his killing spree just now, killing the Purple Chestnut King, annihilating Great World Kings, and even slaying Empyrean Myriad Ghost, it seemed as if this entire landscape had become a desolate wilderness, a place people subconsciously avoided. They were likely scared that Lin Ming would appear nearby. In the current Akashic Dream battlefield, Lin Ming had become a dark star. "Since no one's here, I'll just have to look for them." Akashic Dream battlefield, atop a 100,000-foot cliff. The winds were cold. A giant nest hung on the edge of this 100,000-foot cliff, as if it were trying to block out the skies. Each piece of grass used to construct this nest was as large as a giant log. Waves of brilliant light emitted from the nest. In the middle of this nest, a group of people in different colored robes were respectfully kneeling, afraid to even take a deep breath. At the center of the nest there was the corpse of a giant rock beast. Its bloody wounds had already coagulated. This rock beast contained a horrifying combat strength in the Akashic Dream battlefield. But now, it had been slain and its meat had been torn off. A bonfire had been lit. A fat middle-aged man was draining away blood from the rock beast even as he grinned at the group of kneeling people. In front of him were dense rows of fragrant spirit medicines and all sorts of heavenly materials, all of them shining with a gorgeous light. Jijehe, Severed Soul Palace, Dragonfang faction, your loyalty isn't too bad. I will accept these treasures. The soul beasts that you want to kill, I will help you kill them. As for the Leafnet Valley and Mount Chin, since they are your enemies, I can conveniently wipe them from the Akashic Dream battlefield while I'm at it. A monstrous light shined in the fat middle-aged man's eyes as he smiled. Leafnet Valley and Mount Chin were both small sects from the Soul World, similar in size to Zenith Palace. Although they were small sects, they still had half-step world kings leading them on this trip to the Akashic Dream battlefield. Yes, the fat middle-aged man's tone considered these groups to be as little as ants. He said he could casually exterminate them all. As for his words, the ones kneeling to him were clearly convinced they were true. The two groups that were spoken to were suddenly ecstatic with joy. Thank you, Lord Allheart. If Lord Allheart is willing to help, that is truly the good fortune of my Dragonfang faction. Of course. As a great world king, even a world king would collapse in a single blow before him. Even this giant rock beast was instantly slain by Lord Allheart. Those people from Leafnet Valley are in for a bad spell of luck this time. Once they are eliminated, we'll be able to stay here longer and can obtain more merit points that we can use to exchange for things outside. In the Soul World, the difference between our sects will slowly increase and we can begin our plans to suppress them. Lord Allheart, we will definitely obtain more treasure to offer tribute to you, someone carefully said. But then, their words were interrupted by a loud explosion. This explosion was caused by someone slowly walking towards them. After several breaths of time, everyone saw someone's shadowy figure slowly approach. It was a black-haired youth. In this area there is only you, a single Great World King. The black-haired youth looked up at Great World King Allheart, who had just been desperately eating food. This black-haired youth was Lin Ming, who had just left the ancient galaxy battlefield. He had flown for a long time and had finally found his first prey. Chapter 1827, 1 billion merit points. Chapter 1827, 1 billion merit points. Brat, you're asking to die. You dare speak to Lord Allheart like this? Not even a god can save you now. So it's nothing but a human bastard. It seems he doesn't know how to spell the character death. The elites of the various sects began to stir up, violently shouting at Lin Ming. Some people were already preparing to attack Lin Ming. In their opinion, Lord Allheart wouldn't bother personally getting rid of a stupid baby like this who didn't know the difference between the heavens and earth. They wanted to help Lord Allheart and gain a bit more of a favorable impression. However, just as all of them stood up and were preparing to dismember Lin Ming, they discovered that Lord Allheart had actually turned blue. The spirit food in his hands had fallen out of his grip, rolling around everywhere. As Lord Allheart's eyes stared at Lin Ming, they were filled with disbelief. This caused everyone to be confused. For some reason, it seemed that Lord Allheart was afraid of this youth. You are that. Lin Muck. Allheart suddenly gasped. As one of the masters of the Akashic Dream battlefield, he had gone to see the battle between Lin Ming and Empyrean Myriad Ghost. When he saw the fireworks in the skies, he planned to grab onto some advantages during the chaotic mess. But after he saw Lin Ming's aggressive methods when he killed 9 Great World Kings and began subduing even an Empyrean, he had already fled far away. That had been a vivid memory. How could he forget Lin Ming's face? What? As everyone heard this name, all of them stared with wide eyes. They had never met Lin Muck before, but they had heard his name. For a time, everyone looked at Lin Ming with panic on their faces. That was right. Lin Muck was a human, and this youth in front of them was also human. The Death Star has come. Everyone quickly run. It was unknown just who shouted this, but once the first person began fleeing, everyone else followed suit, so scared that they almost peed their pants. Allheart's grin had fallen away. He looked at Lin Ming with wide eyes, all of his guards up. You are Lin Muck. Good, I've been wanting to experience your moves and see whether you are worth your name. Take my saber. Suddenly, endless soul force shot out from All Heart's eyes, shaped like sabers. Every blade tore through space, emitting an infinite mystic power that was shrouded in strange black energy. After using this move, All Heart diabolically grinned, seeming as if he were sure to win. But in the next moment, he wildly fled through the void like a black tornado. He wasn't an idiot to stay here and actually fight. This freakish human had actually forced Chaos Demon God to retreat, so even if he ran away, no one would laugh at him for it. However, if he were to become Lin Ming's merit points, it simply wasn't worth it. Lin Ming stepped forwards. The red spear in his hands rose like a rising red dragon, emitting endless crimson strength. Whoosh! Spear and man became one. The endless soul force sabers were completely twisted apart by his momentum, all of them breaking apart. In All Heart's horrified and panicked eyes, the long spear was like a dragon that pierced through him, instantly killing him. As for the other influences who were fleeing, they felt a formidable and familiar aura immediately disappear behind them, leaving them frightened out of their minds. Lord All Heart had died just like that. That was a great world king. They had to run away quicker, otherwise they would become a part of that Death Star Lin Muck's merit point. However, they didn't realize that Lin Ming was only watching them recklessly flee without the faintest hint of interest in chasing after them. These people were simply too mediocre. Even if he killed them, the merit points he could obtain would be limited. I have to kill some more great world kings. I wonder where that Chaos Demon God is hiding. The Akashic Dream battlefield is too large and he is also skilled in concealment techniques. If he tries his best to hide himself from me, it will be almost impossible to find him. Feeling the merit points in his token rise by a little, Lin Ming was still unsatisfied. In this Akashic Dream battlefield, the various influences have sent out their outstanding elites. The sect masters should have decent merit points. As Lin Ming thought this, he rapidly flew away. Like this, Lin Ming blazed a path of slaughter through the Akashic Dream battlefield. He constantly searched out prey and killed them all, allowing his merit points to slowly grow. As Lin Ming expected, Chaos Demon God didn't appear again. Once one entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, they had to stay for the full 3 years and would be unable to leave midway. Thus, Lin Ming could confirm that Chaos Demon God was hiding somewhere. As a glorious and renowned Empyrean, he naturally wasn't willing to serve as a stepping stone for a junior. When Chaos Demon God didn't attack Lin Ming when he was wounded, Lin Ming had already guessed Chaos Demon God's plans. Besides Empyreans, even Great World Kings and half-step Empyreans were not easy to find. As Lin Ming continued his endless massacre, the name of Death God Lin Muck spreading out far and wide. The high-level figures from many influences trembled in fear upon hearing this name, dreading that they would meet him. Like this, a year passed. Lin Ming experienced innumerable battles. However, none of these opponents had been able to make him seriously fight. Even so, searching for them in this giant Akashic Dream battlefield was a good way of tempering Lin Ming's skills. He was like an extraordinary hunter that was becoming increasingly familiar with his hunting abilities. Death God Lin Muck became a nightmare-like existence in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Slowly, several more months passed. Lin Ming's merit points nearly reached 1 billion, killing another Great World King should be enough. He flew across a nameless mountain valley. As he was flying over, bursts of medicinal fragrance met his nose. He could see that deep within the mountain valley, there were small shards of ice slowly spreading out, cold to the extreme. Within this ice was intermittent waves of fresh medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart. This was a spirit medicine, and around this spirit medicine, many people were gathered, including some people that Lin Ming was familiar with. This profound spring lotus was discovered by our Zenith Palace first, yet you still want to steal it. Jade River shouted out loud at the people surrounding her. A profound spring lotus was said to be one of the better spirit medicines found within the Akashic Dream battlefield. One could refine this profound spring lotus into incense sticks, and lighting a single incense stick could help aspirators cultivate their divine soul. It was extremely beneficial to their soul force. The elite squad of Zenith Palace had passed through days of battle. Now, their original numbers of a couple hundred had been reduced to a little more than 40 people. Moreover, their vice palace master had also suffered tremendous internal wounds. If this continued, then the remaining disciples of Zenith Palace would find it hard to last until the 3-year deadline of the Akashic Dream battlefield. But luckily for them, even if their entire squad was eliminated, their accumulated merit points would remain. It wouldn't reset to 0 with their deaths. These people that surrounded Zenith Palace came from 3 different large sects. Of them, Sky Cave Cult was the most powerful one amongst them. They were originally several times larger than Zenith Palace. This time, Zenith Palace had discovered the profound spring lotus. But at the same time, Sky Cave Cult and the other sects had also discovered it and had only been a single step behind. Zenith Palace had merely been the closest ones. You Zenith Palace people, you're nothing but a bunch of old and disabled weaklings. If you know your limits, then hurry up and screw off. Otherwise, not only will you not obtain this spirit medicine, but you'll also have to leave your corpses here. A great elder of the Sky Cave Cult smirked. As this great elder looked at the people from Zenith Palace, it was like he was already looking at a group of dead people. The people from the other 2 groups also had cold and gloomy expressions. They stared at the people from Zenith Palace, remaining motionless. At this time, everyone from Zenith Palace had ugly complexions. Haha, all of you screw off, that spirit medicine is mine. A mocking voice echoed through the mountain valley. Everyone looked up to see a fat man standing atop a mountain peak with a wide smile on his face. When this fat man had just entered the Akashic Dream universe, he had an argument with Zenith Palace at Emperor City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of people leapt down from the 100,000-foot mountain peak, landing on the ground like a pack of lithe leopards, right in the middle of a group of people. Seeing this fat man and his group, the severely wounded Zenith Vice Palace Master had an increasingly ugly complexion. Zenith Palace had already suffered terrible casualties, and now they bumped into this group of people brought by the fat man. Their situation was becoming increasingly worse. Hihi, all of you from Zenith Palace, I've already placed tracking marks on your bodies. I didn't have much hope for you all, but I never imagined you would obtain such a rare treasure. Senior Solitude. The fat man shouted out loud. Then, from the void, a one-legged old man with tattered robes and disheveled hair stepped down from the air, his entire body covered with dense soul force runes. One-legged World King, someone said with a sound transmission, not daring to say a single word. This one-legged old monster was a peak Great World King. In the past he had entered 7 cults, but had been expelled from each one. However, along the way, he had cultivated deep and extraordinary abilities. He was a bizarre and eccentric man, prone to tantrums during which he went on frequent killing sprees. Upon seeing the one-legged World King appear, the Zenith Palace disciple called Xiao Kai was inexplicably frightened. The one-legged World King was a petty and vindictive individual who never forgot his grudges. Several years ago at the Emperor God Wall, Zenith Palace had bumped into this one-legged World King, and Xiao Kai had inadvertently blurted out a comment about him. At the time, the one-legged World King had threatened to kill her. Senior Solitude, according to our previous agreement, these spirit medicines will be handed over to you. As for these people, you simply need to beat them half to death so that our Divine Wind Valley can kill them and obtain some merit points. The fat man grinned, his eyes shining as he swept his gaze over everyone. Despicable. Jade River indignantly shouted. She never imagined that the fat man would secretly move against Zenith Palace and also join forces with the one-legged World King to eliminate them. It's not a problem, the one-legged World King said, not even placing this crowd of ants in his eyes. And just as he was about to attack and kill all these ants, he suddenly felt his back turn cold. He swiveled around, and at some unknown time, a black-clothed youth had appeared behind him. This black-clothed youth was staring at him with indifferent eyes, as if he were looking at a corpse. I'm missing one more. You'll do just fine. Lin Ming looked at this one-legged World King and naturally remembered who he was. What? The one-legged World King didn't immediately respond. He hadn't seen Lin Ming before, because he hadn't been present for Lin Ming's battle against Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Lin Ming didn't bother saying anything more. He grasped the phoenix blood spear and thrust out right towards the one-legged World King's chest. "You are courting death." The one-legged World King was incensed. He never thought that this youth who didn't know the disparity between the heavens and earth would actually attack him. It was like he was trying to commit suicide. He wanted to strike Lin Ming to death with a palm. But just as he lifted his hand, Lin Ming's spear seemed to pass through space, piercing through his chest with an unbelievable speed. Puff! The one-legged World King's protective spirit essence tore apart like wet paper. The phoenix blood spear twisted, crushing the heart and causing blood to shoot out. The one-legged World King was still in the stance of lifting his hand. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't know how his heart had been so easily pierced by someone. Bang! Lin Ming's true essence erupted. Blood gushed out from the one-legged World King's head as his meridians were ripped to shreds, completely cutting off his life. Like this, a great World King was killed like a minion upon someone's spear. It seemed no different from a mortal dying. 1,000,000,000 merit points. I finally have it. Lin Ming pulled back his spear. The corpse of the one-legged World King fell down to the earth like a tumbling dead dog. Chapter 1828, The End of the Battlefield. Chapter 1828, The End of the Battlefield. Senior solitude. The fat man's face turned ashen. In his opinion, the one-legged World King was a godlike existence, yet he had been killed like a chicken. He felt as if he were living in some bizarre dream. Lin Ming's spear seemed average and simple, so why hadn't the one-legged World King been able to avoid it? Rather, in the fat man's thoughts, even if the one-legged World King decided not to dodge, that spear still shouldn't have been able to harm him at all. Not only was the fat man in a daze, but so was everyone else. With their eyesight, they naturally weren't able to discern the mysterious laws within Lin Ming's spear strike, nor were they able to judge how fast Lin Ming's spear had been. Because of the confusion brought by the space and time laws, Lin Ming's spear gave off the feeling of an endless illusion, making it seem incomparably slow. You're that human from Emperor City. The fat man remembered Lin Ming. At Emperor City, Lin Ming's status as a human had left an impression on him. However, his complexion now changed, as if he seemed to recall something horrifying. He wasn't an idiot. He instantly thought of who Lin Ming might really be. However, before he could even say anything, the phoenix blood spear was also piercing towards his throat. As the fat man saw this spear coming towards him, he wanted to move away. But in that moment, he felt his body locked down by an inexplicable power of laws, rooting his every action in place. All he could do was stare haplessly on as this spear came shooting towards him. This is the reason why Senior Solitude wasn't able to avoid that killing strike. This was the fat man's last thought in the Akashic Dream battlefield. With a light popping sound, the spear penetrated through his throat. The fat man's life had been instantly severed. 2 people had continuously died, included among them a top master like the one-legged World King. Even so, Lin Ming didn't erupt with any aura at all, and he didn't even seem to take a single step anywhere. Such a scene was truly frightening. Death God Lin Muck. Someone sputtered out. They weren't ignorant when it came to the news that was being spread around. They knew there was a horrifying youth who had slain Empyrean Myriad Ghost and had been hunting down World Kings and Great World Kings. To them, a Great World King was an unreachable existence. But to Lin Ming, they were only walking merit points. They recalled what Lin Ming had said when he killed the one-legged World King. 1,000,000,000 merit points. I finally have it. With this, how could they not know who Lin Ming was? He's killed enough to reach 1,000,000,000 merit points. Everyone found this hard to imagine. The merit points that Lin Ming mentioned must be after his skeletal age was factored in. The original amount must be an astronomical figure. Lin Ming turned his head and looked at the gathered people, causing them all to be scared witless. Screw off, Lin Ming harshly said. Towards these weaklings, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. With this, people scattered in droves, fleeing in all directions. However, the many disciples of Zenith Palace remained. This was because their senior apprentice sister Jade River hadn't moved. Jade River looked at Lin Ming. She wanted to speak but hesitated. Lin Ming looked at Jade River. During this trip into the Akashic Dream battlefield, Lin Ming had crossed paths with the disciples of Zenith Palace twice. They could be considered as sharing a strand of fate. Moreover, when Lin Ming entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, he had used a token from Zenith Palace to do so. The profound spring lotus is yours. Lin Ming had already heard the name of this spirit medicine from Zenith Palace and the other influences here. As a spirit medicine that was worth less than a transcendent divine pill, Lin Ming had no need for it at all. If he gave this spirit medicine to Zenith Palace, it could be considered as completing their cycle of karma. Lin Muck. Jade River seemed to want to say something, but just as she parted her lips, Lin Ming's figure had already disappeared into the endless skies. The only thing left was his voice that echoed through the mountain valley. As time passed, the name of death god Lin Muck experienced an unprecedented peak, but afterwards, talk of him began to die down. He appeared a few more times until finally he completely vanished. However, at this time, most of the masters within the Akashic Dream battlefield, not including Chaos Demon God who was still hiding somewhere, had already perished. As for Lin Ming, he returned once more to the mystic realm where the Azura Road Master and the ancient Spiriters King had fought. He began to peacefully meditate on the laws in that ancient ruin once more. His cultivation had risen far too quickly. He needed time to stabilize himself. Time slowly passed. Lin Ming calmly meditated at the edge of the abyss. As for the red-dressed little girl, she hovered like a ghost in that mystic realm, often wandering in a daze around Lin Ming. She would sit on a pitch-black cliff and look into the stars shining in the distance, as if remembering something that had occurred in times long gone. Lin Ming didn't know what the red-dressed little girl was recalling, but he could feel that during these past days her speaking had become increasingly smooth, and she didn't stutter as much as she used to. With this, the 3-year deadline arrived. Outside the Akashic Dream battlefield, at Emperor City, a powerful aura surged into the skies. The clouds in the sky were torn apart like pieces of cloth. A magnificent palace emitted a sun-bright light, dazzling as it floated in the void, exuding a sense of awe and power. Standing outside the palace were a number of maids. All of them had their auras restrained. It was clear they had amazing cultivations. There was also a mountain-sized golden chariot that emitted a boundless light. It faintly struggled with the floating palace, making others unable to look directly at it. There was also a powerful figure standing high in the clouds, shrouded in shadows. It was impossible to see his appearance, but he exuded a vast aura that was as deep as a sea. He was definitely some absolute powerhouse, and no one dared to underestimate him. These were great influences from all over. They came here to meet the proud children of heaven who had entered the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield will close soon. My descendants certainly must have shined with glory, suppressing all the other heroes. Purple Chestnut will certainly have brought honor to my spirit race. A tall king of the spirit race said. He, just being a genius isn't enough to rise to prominence. There are some old monsters in there. This time, I wonder just how many so-called geniuses of their sects must have been defeated within. Someone said. Indeed, a genius was terrifying, but compared to those old monsters that had been cultivating for a long time, they were naturally of a lower level. If these old monsters disregarded their status to attack these young elites, then those young elites would suffer serious losses. The scene became increasingly grand. Many influences had entered the Akashic Dream battlefield. Now, they all rushed to Emperor City to greet the opening of the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield was only a tiny part of the Akashic Dream universe. The Akashic Dream universe was far too broad and encompassed the 7 heavens of the soul world. There was more than one Akashic Dream battlefield, and these different Akashic Dream battlefields opened at different times. Wanting to enter the Akashic Dream universe was easy, but wanting to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield was different. One required tokens, and even large influences had limited numbers of tokens. High in the skies, a limitlessly large purple gate exuded a glorious light, blinding to the eyes. An inexplicable strength flowed outwards. This gate had been closed for 3 years, and now it was finally opening. This also signaled the end of the Akashic Dream battlefield. They're coming out. Someone excitedly shouted from the crowds of people. There were some ordinary influences who were particularly concerned about their results. They hoped that their disciples were able to pressure their rivals and gain some face for their sect. For many disciples, the results from the Akashic Dream battlefield concerned the future development of their sect. How could they not be nervous? In that moment, the purple gate rumbled open. Horrifying air waves burst out, following by innumerable figures that whizzed by. A powerful scent of blood and iron filled the air. Many influences moved forwards to greet these people. A youth flew in front of an old man and took out a token. The old man chuckled happily. "My good child, you've done well. Hehe, you've truly brought a smile to Grandpa's face." The old man lovingly patted this youth's head. He could sense the light shining from the merit points token and could tell that his grandson had killed many people. He was extremely proud of his grandson's achievements. "Wonderful, it seems my Bloodtree clan did quite well. You've killed 5 or 6 people each, millimeter, and this also includes a peak Holy Lord powerhouse. Good, I am very satisfied," the Bloodtree clan elder said, looking towards the several Bloodtree clan youths. They had strange turbans wrapped around their heads that exuded a mystical strength. It was quite bizarre. "What? Our sect only has you remaining? Who did this?" Another elder howled out in sorrow. As he looked at the scarred disciples in front of him, his slaughter intent soared to the heavens. "The Deep East family actually plotted against you all. Good, very good, I didn't think they would be so vicious," another sect master said through a clenched jaw. All of the various influences began to vigorously search for their own disciples in the throngs of people. Some influences were pleased to see their disciples have outstanding results. Some influences gnashed their teeth, preparing to retaliate against their enemies. For a time, the scene was bustling with activity. In front of the Emperor God Wall, masses of people milled about. Chapter 1829 Fall of an Empyrean. Chapter 1829 Fall of an Empyrean. The boundless Emperor God Wall had stood tall for countless hundreds of millions of years. The pressure that rolled off the Emperor God Wall was as oppressive as a cage. No one dared to approach too close. As for those people with poor cultivations, their spiritual seas would be directly crushed to smithereens if they were too near. Suddenly, in front of the Emperor God Wall, a dazzling light shined out. From the crowds of people, several hundred robed youths raised up their tokens together. Their tokens began to erupt with a glorious brilliance. Each ray of light shined upon the Emperor God Wall and was intercepted by a rune. These runes turned into a number in the void. As more and more beams of light shined out from the tokens, all sorts of numbers formed in space, finally becoming a numerical value. 93,420 merit point. In front of many disciples, a sect elder with a snow-white beard shivered with excitement as he read this number. This was the total number of merit points obtained by everyone in their sect. Wonderful. A sovereign from a small sect wearing an embroidered robe smiled brightly. This result had far exceeded his expectations. It was considered a good result to have 100 disciples emerge from the Akashic Dream battlefield, but this time, there were several hundred people leaving. This was an event worth celebrating. These merit points would provide their sect with many advantages. The sects and various influences gathered in front of the Emperor God Wall, using their tokens to exchange for merit points. Those from the same sect could combine their tokens together so that their merit points would become the total merit points of the sect. Some smaller sects were ecstatic. They discovered that the number of people who survived this round of the Akashic Dream battlefield was far higher than before. Some of these smaller sects even managed to obtain several tens of thousands of merit points. This was far too lucky. These merit points also indicated that their sects were quite strong. The sect leaders all grinned from ear to ear, bursting with joy. In front of the Emperor God Wall, all sorts of voices rose up. The proud children of heaven from many influences appeared together, meeting those who waited for them. But there were also some influences that were extremely gloomy, the expressions of their people dark and somber. These influences discovered that their people actually didn't appear. The entire spirit race together only has 890,000 merit points. In front of the Emperor God wall, the spirit race influences merit points were displayed for all to see. This immediately caused a loud disturbance and intense discussion. How is that possible? The spirit race is such a large clan, so it's unbelievable that their total merit points are less than 3 million. But this time they actually have less than 1 million. Hey, did you all notice that the purple chestnut king hasn't appeared? Did he die inside? Some influences were beyond shocked as they saw this. Aish! A spirit race elder was enraged, his voice rising like a billowing thunder cloud, causing the air in front of the Emperor God wall to violently ripple. Who killed the purple chestnut king of my people? Who killed my spirit race's 5 great world kings? How come the shaman hasn't appeared? Where did Elder Duanmu go? Was he killed inside? From the camps of some large influences, angry roars began to sound out. In front of the Emperor God wall, embarrassing scenes began to take place. There were some large influences that couldn't even obtain 1 million merit points. In comparison to the harvests of the smaller influences, the contrast was far too sharp. Many people were startled to discover that from those large influences that couldn't reach 1 million merit points, their shamans or great world kings had perished. The truth was that because of their age, these great world kings couldn't provide many merit points to the sect to begin with. However, they could play a great deterring role. They were considered the protective talismans of these sects. With a great world king accompanying these groups, the situation would be completely different. But if these great world kings died, the sect teams might be eaten up by others without anything remaining. Soon, the relative disparity in merit points increased by several times. What did you say? The purple chestnut king and the 5 great world kings were all slain by a human called Lin Muck? From the spirit race camp, a lion-like old man roared out loud, angrily shouting at a spirit race youth. The youth trembled as he responded. Death god Lin Muck brought far too great a pressure to him. The geniuses I taught were all killed by Lin Muck. Who is this Lin Muck? Many sects listened, startled. They didn't know who Lin Muck was. How arrogant. Thoroughly investigate that person's status for me. I will make sure he regrets being born. A great world king influences sect leader shouted out in a rage, his eyes flashing with a cold killing intent. And at this time, some influences above the great world king level were having their own suspicions. How come the old ancestor hasn't emerged yet? The Yellow River Palace was slowly floating in the sky. Those who stood above the palace walls were half-step Empyreans or great world kings. Their strengths were outstanding. However, each one was covered in dense ghost energy and followed by ghostly phantoms that endlessly howled. It was hard to tell if they were people at all. These people were from Yellow Springs Palace, a sect created by Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Could it be that the old ancestor is still engaged in a massive killing spree within? It shouldn't be. The reason the old ancestor came here was for an ancient rival of his. He shouldn't be interested in these juniors, and in any case the Akashic Dream battlefield will be closing soon. The old ancestor should have come out by now. Maybe that old scumbag Chaos is bothering the old ancestor. A Yellow Springs Palace disciple guessed. A number of divided opinions rang out as more and more Yellow Springs Palace disciples chimed in. Slowly, they began to suspect something had happened, and faintly felt an unlucky premonition approach. Did Empyrean Myriad Ghost perish? Was he killed by Chaos Demon God? A large influence couldn't help but wonder as they watched this all happen. Empyrean Myriad Ghost is the domineering and rampant kind of person. If he won, then he should already be swaggering his way out. Now the Akashic Dream battlefield is closing soon and he still hasn't appeared. That might mean he was killed by Chaos Demon God. Someone boldly suggested. As many people heard this, they felt this was the most reasonable explanation. As the people from Yellow Springs Palace heard these discussions, they became angry and even more worried. Something's wrong. Even Chaos Demon God hasn't emerged. Someone discovered that across from them, Chaos Divine Palace was also floating up and down, the people within keeping their auras restrained. Chaos filled the air around them as they quietly waited for their Empyrean to appear. Facing the glowering gaze from those of Yellow Springs Palace, the people from Chaos Divine Palace stared back, their eyes just as fierce and filled with a thick slaughter energy. As the great purple gate was about to close, a vast chaos aura as deep as a sea enveloped everyone present. It's the old ancestor has come out. In the camp of Chaos Divine Palace, someone began to cheer out loud. They saw an old man in jade green robes appear, his entire body covered with chaos energy. This old man's pupils emitted a terrifying chaotic light that shot out in all directions. As he appeared, everyone was alarmed. "Ha! My Chaos Divine Palace's old ancestor has emerged. Truly worthy of being our old ancestor, he even slew that old thief from Yellow Springs Palace. My Chaos Divine Palace is truly above all else. That's right, how could Yellow Springs Palace possibly hope to compete with my Chaos Divine Palace?" Everyone was watching as Chaos Divine Palace began celebrating. As for those from Yellow Springs Palace, their faces turned as purple as frozen eggplants. All of them were agitated. It was obvious that their previous guesses appeared increasingly true. Many disciples from Chaos Divine Palace moved forwards to greet Chaos Demon God. But as they approached, they were all sent flying away with a thick air wave summoned by Chaos Demon God. "Old ancestor!" a disciple cried out in panic. However, Chaos Demon God didn't seem to hear this at all, not even bothering to glance in the direction of these disciples. Without even going to Chaos Divine Palace, his face darkened, becoming incredibly dreadful. His figure flashed and he flew off into the distance at an incredible speed. The people from Chaos Divine Palace looked helplessly on as Chaos Demon God flew far away. All of them were left in a silent daze. Where did old ancestor go? Old ancestor seems to be in a bad mood. What do we do now? Hurry up and chase after him. The people from Chaos Divine Palace were frightened. The higher-level disciples began to quickly activate the palace and break through the void, chasing after Chaos Demon God. Crowds of confused outer court disciples were left floating in the air, all of them dumbfounded. They had absolutely no clue as to what had just happened. What's wrong with that old geezer Chaos Demon God? If he truly won the battle, then he shouldn't be so quiet. Could he have been defeated? If so, then what about our old ancestor? The people from Yellow Springs Palace saw Chaos Demon God fly away without a single word. Each of them looked at his vanishing back, their thoughts even more confused. What did you say? As the many disciples of Yellow Springs Palace were stunned, a loud surprised voice suddenly echoed out. The cry came from a great world king Holy Land. And, the one who shouted out loud was this Holy Land's shaman, who had just said he would make Lin Muck regret being born in this world. "You, say that again?" The old Great World King had a look of utter disbelief crossing his face. Yes, what this disciple said is that Empyrean Myriad Ghost started a battle not long after entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, but he was killed by Lin Muck. Lin Muck was also severely wounded, and at that time Chaos Demon God had arrived. But Chaos Demon God didn't dare to attack Lin Ming. After that, Chaos Demon God went missing for the rest of the 3-year timeline and only appeared today. Because of the Holy Land shaman's shout, many people had turned towards him. As they heard what this disciple was saying, all of them were left speechless. Empyrean Myriad Ghost, an Empyrean-level powerhouse, had been slain by Lin Ming. How was this possible? As for Chaos Demon God, according to what the disciple had said, he undoubtedly feared Lin Ming, thus he had hidden for all this time and had only appeared today. An Empyrean had been scared by a human to the point where he didn't dare make an appearance in the remaining 3-year timeline. Just how could this happen? The remaining disciples of Chaos Divine Palace all glared at this disciple, but they had no way of refuting this. Their old ancestor leaving in an angry rage without saying a single word was the best proof of what had happened. As for the shaman who had threatened Lin Ming, he was at a loss for words. He knew that his disciple wouldn't rashly speak about such important matters. Moreover, the many survivors who had come out from the Akashic Dream battlefield were all nodding with terrified expressions, confirming what had happened. The shaman remained silent as the people from Yellow Springs Palace came rushing down from the skies. This time, The only person who entered the Akashic Dream battlefield from their Yellow Springs Palace had been Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Yellow Springs Palace had no other disciples enter, thus they had no idea what the situation was inside. "What is his cultivation?" the people from Yellow Springs Palace asked. "I'm not sure." The Great World King Influence disciple shook his head. "It shouldn't be too high, and his skeletal age wasn't too old either. He is also a human." Besides Empyrean Myriad Ghost, around 90% of the Great World Kings that died in the Akashic Dream battlefield were probably because of him. Chapter 1830, Guru Kuan-Yuan. Chapter 1830, Guru Kuan-Yuan. As the disciple spoke, he gulped at the same time. He knew that after mentioning that this person had a low skeletal age and was also a human, it would cause a great reaction. And indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the noisy crowds fell silent. A human had struck down Empyrean Myriad Ghost but had also killed numerous world kings. Even Chaos Demon God had been forced to patiently hide away for 3 years in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Just how could this be? The human race had far too many of their inheritances severed, and many of their transcendent divine mights and higher-grade cultivation methods were controlled by the various large spiritist influences. And on the road of martial artists, understandings of the heavenly Tao laws were slowly accumulated generation after generation. A single person had a limited ability, and no matter how talented they were, without inheritances it was impossible to have high achievements. He couldn't have found the ancient ruins left behind by some ancient human supreme elder, right? That's possible, but just where did this Lin Muck come from? No one knows anything about him. Many disciples who safely came out from the Akashic Dream battlefield were forcefully interrogated. However, they all unanimously shook their heads. At this time, the disciples from Zenith Palace were all terrified. When Lin Ming was slaughtering his way through the Akashic Dream battlefield, the young disciples couldn't help but brag to everyone and anyone about Lin Ming and how Lin Ming was related to Zenith Palace. Luckily, the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master, Jade River, and the others had discovered this and had promptly put an end to it. In Jade River's opinion, Lin Muck had shown graciousness to Zenith Palace. But as the matters about Lin Ming grew increasingly large and dangerous, it was best that a small fish like Zenith Palace pretend as if they didn't know Lin Muck in order to prevent any accidents from occurring. Otherwise, with Zenith Palace's background, it wouldn't strange if they were completely exterminated in a slightly large storm. "What do we do?" the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master muttered, a bitter expression crossing his face. He was afraid that these influences would decide to vent their rage and frustrations on them. Jade River was also at a loss of what to do. Paper couldn't be used to wrap fire. As these various large influences probed Lin Muck's background, they would eventually find that it led back to Zenith Palace. "We can only state the facts. That is that we aren't truly related to Lin Muck and only encountered him by chance. Don't mention that we saved Lin Muck. For such a terrifying character, even if we didn't bump into him, he still would have awakened sooner or later. I hope so. They won't involve us just because we met Lin Muck, right?" As Jade River was speaking to the Vice Palace Master, they heard a resounding beast's roar spread through the air. Jade River looked up to see a giant ancient vicious beast pass over the skies of Emperor City, releasing an endless pressure. It stopped right in the open fields before the Emperor God Wall. This vicious beast was a rock. Its wings spread for 100 miles wide and its dread-inducing aura covered everyone like a mountain. The rock opened its beak, and a thick spiritual energy gushed out. A tall old man with a square jaw and wide shoulders slowly walked out from within the rock. Following behind him was a team of elite martial artists with sharp appearances. The old man's eyes emitted a brilliant light. This light slowly swept over those present. "Guru Kuan-Yuan," Jade River said, startled. Compared to the numerous influences at Emperor City, Guru Kuan-Yuan's arrival was considered relatively common. But to Zenith Palace and those influences around Zenith Palace, Guru Kuan-Yuan was a top master. This was because these influences were located at the Cardinal Sky World and were subordinate to Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace. As for Guru Kuan-Yuan, He was a direct disciple of Empyrean Heaven Core and possessed a half-step Empyrean cultivation. It was said that he had a chance of breaking into the Empyrean realm in the next 1,000,000 years. Although this was only a faint hope, it still allowed Guru Kuan-Yuan to be a highly revered figure within the entire Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace. This person had a short-fused temper and was not known to be friendly at all. Seeing him, the people of some small influences from Cardinal Sky World ran up to respectfully greet him. Greetings, Guru. Zenith Palace salutes Guru Kuan-Yuan. A crowd of people bowed with reverence. What are your harvests this time? Guru Kuan-Yuan didn't bother exchanging niceties, he went straight to the point. The reason he came this time was to inspect the harvests of those that entered the Akashic Dream battlefield. To the small influences that were attached to Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace, this inspection was extremely important. According to the merit points they earned, these small influences would be able to obtain rewards from Empyrean Heaven Core. Guru, our sect brought 9,000 people to the Akashic Dream battlefield and we have 820 who survived. Our merit points are 87,000. Guru, our incense mountain brought 8,000 disciples into the Akashic Dream battlefield and we have 670 who survived. Our merit points are 56,000. After listening to Guru Kuan-Yuan's words, the sovereigns of some small influences began speaking out the merit points their sects earned. As Guru Kuan-Yuan heard this, he pleasantly smiled. It was a bit surprising. These small influences had harvested a number of merit points much better than in the past. Could the overall strength of Cardinal Sky World's sects have increased? Zenith Palace, how come you aren't speaking? Guru Kuan-Yuan suddenly saw that the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master had a strange complexion on his face, as if he were hesitating to speak. It wasn't just the Vice Palace Master who had an awkward expression, but even the core disciple Jade River seemed a bit terrified. The other influences had already finished reporting, and now only Zenith Palace was left dawdling. Guru Kuan-Yuan's eyes were like sharp blades as he looked at the people from Zenith Palace. Our Zenith Palace has obtained 186,500 merit points, the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master said as everyone looked at him. After this trip into the Akashic Dream battlefield, Zenith Palace had just around 1,000 people remaining. From the elite squad that Jade River was in, 30 people had survived. And these 30 people contributed nearly half of these merit points. Millimeter? Guru Kuan-Yuan was amazed. He recalled that during the last trip into the Akashic Dream battlefield, Zenith Palace had only harvested several tens of thousands of merit points. Yet, this time they had obtained around 180,000. They had made considerable progress from the past. Not bad. Honorable Master Heaven Core will be happy to hear this. When the rewards are handed down, your Zenith Palace will enjoy great benefits. Guru Kuan-Yuan said with satisfaction. As the high-level figures of Zenith Palace heard that Empyrean Heaven Core would bestow upon them great rewards, they all looked at each other, not sure of what to say. The Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master ambiguously said, "The truth is that our Zenith Palace obtained far more merit points than this." Oh! Zenith Palace has even more merit points. You should have said so earlier. Guru Kuan-Yuan was startled to hear this. The Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master had said that their Zenith Palace had obtained far more merit points, but 180,000 merit points was around the limit for a small influence. Just how many more could they possibly have obtained? If Zenith Palace has more than 200,000 merit points, then I shall take responsibility and grant you even more reward. Guru Kuan-Yuan promised. He thought that Zenith Palace would be excited upon hearing this, but he didn't think their complexions would twist and they would seem worried. What? Are you suspecting that I don't have the ability to fulfill my promise? Guru Kuan-Yuan coldly said, clearly unhappy. Chapter 1831, Rapidly Rising Merit Points. Chapter 1831, Rapidly Rising Merit Points. No, that's not what I mean, it's just that the situation is a little special, so our merit points might not be as simple as just 200 to 300,000. The Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master said with a constipated expression, finding it hard to explain. If possible, he didn't want to mention their relationship with Lin Ming, but it seemed things wouldn't go their way. What are you being so wishy-washy about? If it's more than 200 to 300,000, then could it be 500,000 or even 1 million? That's about the same as a great world king influence. Guru Kuan frowned. Some unlucky great world king influences might not even have 1 million merit points. As Guru Kuan was unhappy with the Vice Palace Master's attitude, suddenly, on the Emperor God Wall, Zenith Palace's merit points began to rise once more. Millimeter? Guru Kuan was startled. It seemed that what the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master said was true. Zenith Palace had more merit points to be counted still. The merit points rapidly grew, breaking past 200,000 in the blink of an eye. Great. Guru Kuan nodded. His originally disgruntled expression softened. In the end, all that mattered were results. If Zenith Palace had good results, then Guru Kuan was willing to forgive Zenith Palace for any mistakes they made. In several moments, the merit points rose to 250,000. Moreover, they continued to quickly increase without slowing down, soon breaking past 300,000. Guru Kuan looked at those from Zenith Palace and said with a deep sense of satisfaction, "Well done, your results have truly not shamed you. Rest assured, I will follow my previous agreement and reward Zenith Palace well." However, before he finished speaking, Zenith Palace's merit points had risen to 350,000. With this, Guru Kuan was a bit surprised. Around 180,000 merit points should have been the limit of an ordinary world king influence. He never thought they would also reach 350,000, that was something worth celebrating. Old Lao, you fellows didn't do badly at all. I didn't expect you to be hiding something like this. Could you have prepared some secret weapon? Guru Kuan stroked his beard, the smile on his face becoming ever brighter. When he shouted at the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master and called him Old Lao, that was an extremely intimate name. As Guru Kuan said, there were indeed some sects that would prepare top-secret weapons to bring to the Akashic Dream battlefield. For instance, Zenith Palace had gone to the Great Desolate Glacier in order to subdue the hornless ice dragon. As the Vice Palace Master who was called out in such a close manner by Guru Kuan, he didn't seem flattered at all. Rather, his expression appeared a bit bitter. He knew what was happening. Zenith Palace's merit points were rising so quickly because Lin Muck must have finally poured the merit points from his token onto the Emperor God Wall. Following that, Zenith Palace's merit points would grow, and this speed would become increasingly fast as the growth rate rose exponentially. 400,000. Zenith Palace has truly amazed the world this time. Behind Guru Kuan, there were some elders who had followed him here. They were also disciples of Empyrean Heaven Core and were all congratulating Zenith Palace together. Old Lao, how come you have such an ugly expression? Are you worried that my Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace won't fulfill the promised rewards? I must say, Old Lai, you are being too petty about this. Do you think our dignified Empyrean Heavenly Palace would be so stingy about some rewards? Even if you obtained 500 to 600,000 merit points, we would still be able to reward you with more than enough. However, as this disciple spoke, he slowly fell quiet. This was because Zenith Palace's merit points already reached 500,000. Seeing this number continue to rise, a look of doubt crossed his face. How come it's still rising? It's already at 500,000. Unbelievable. Zenith Palace has defied the will of the heavens this time. Soon they'll catch up to some less fortunate great world king influences. For an ordinary world king influence to surpass a great world king influence, that is a rare feat. Millimeter, something like this hasn't occurred too often since ancient times. Normally this sort of thing would only happen when an astonishing genius is born into an ordinary world king influence. As the disciples of Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace were discussing, they were looking over the disciples of Zenith Palace, trying to identify if there was some unrivaled genius amongst their ranks. 600,000. No, it will soon reach 700,000. Several Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace disciples were left bewildered. 700,000. That would soon surpass the Spirit Race. The large Spirit Race clan only had just over 800,000 merit points. It was said that they didn't send out too many disciples and many amongst their ranks had been cut down by some ruthless individual. Even so, no one would suggest that their merit points would be lower than those of Zenith Palace. Something's wrong here. Guru Kuan frowned. It is a bit exaggerated, but still something worth celebrating. If there truly is a peerless genius with astonishing combat strength that is also young enough, they would be capable of affecting the balance to such a degree. Behind Guru Kuan, some Empyrean disciples chuckled as they spoke. However, these smiles quickly faded. This was because Zenith Palace's merit points broke past 1 million. 1 million. Wasn't this just too ridiculous? By all common sense, no matter how fierce Zenith Palace was, they still shouldn't be so incredible. If there was some unrivaled genius that appeared at Zenith Palace, then their name should have been heard throughout Cardinal Sky World by now. 5 million, heavens. As Zenith Palace's merit points broke past 1 million, the rate of increase suddenly sped up. Before it rose by 100,000s, now it rose by 200,000s. This left many disciples in a stunned shock. Something's definitely wrong. The Empyrean disciples of the Cardinal Sky World all rose to their feet, their eyes like perfectly round circles as they stared unblinkingly at the Emperor God wall. 3 million, isn't this just defying the heavens? People soon discovered that the larger the merit points value, the more terrifying the speed of increase. According to the previous rate, if the speed continued to rise it would soon reach 8 or 9 million. But at this moment, they realized they were mistaken. The result was far more monstrous than they guessed. 20 million. Many Empyrean disciples felt their eyeballs nearly pop out of their heads. And at this time, the other influences also noticed the changes occurring on the Emperor God wall. The merit points of a small influence were crazily rising. What's going on? Everyone looked towards the Emperor God wall. 20 million. Even for an Empyrean holy land that sent out their brightest team of elites and achieved the limit of what they could, it would still be hard to reach this number of merit point. Then, 30 million. 40 million. 50 million. Guru Kuan face had already turned blue. Just how high would these merit points go? As for his previous promise of granting rewards to Zenith Palace no matter how many merit points they had, that was a nightmare. Zenith Palace already had 50 million merit points. If it rose any more, then wouldn't the entire Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace be bankrupted? 100 million. Heavens! The chins of many Empyrean disciples nearly fell to the floor. This situation was beyond all comprehension. This definitely wasn't caused by Zenith Palace. There must have been some change within the Akashic Dream battlefield. After reaching 100 million, the merit points began to rise by nearly 20 million at a time. Seeing the number wildly surge up as if it were trying to knock all other numbers out of the way, many people's lips twitched, none of them able to speak. 200 million. 300 million. 400 million. How is this happening? A great world king sect leader angrily shouted. This number was far too extraordinary. It must be that Lin Muck, it has to be him. Besides him, there is no one else. Lin Muck, either he must come from that small sect or he was borrowing their token. Many disciples who just emerged from the Akashic Dream battlefield soon understand what was happening. Although this terrifying merit points value was shocking, it wasn't out of the realm of disbelief. Rather, they thought it was quite normal. How many merit points will he have? As everyone began clamoring out loud, Zenith Palace's merit points soon reached 800 million. 1 billion, it's definitely going to hit 1 billion, someone suddenly realized. With 1 billion points, they could exchange for one of the top-tier rewards on the Emperor God wall. That Lin Muck hunted down and slaughtered so many masters all to obtain a top-tier reward. Heavens, he actually managed to gather a full 1 billion merit points. Could he be wanting to exchange for the golden page? How horrifying. As everyone was shouting out loud, the Zenith Vice Palace Master was startled upon hearing this. Just before they entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, Lin Ming had asked him about the conditions for exchanging for the golden page. Back then, the Vice Palace Master had been impatient with his questions because he thought it was an impossibility. But now, it seemed that Lin Ming might actually succeed in obtaining it. If so, Then the reason he caused such a tremendous commotion in the Akashic Dream battlefield and widely publicized his possession of the Kirin fruit was all in order to lure countless powerhouses to him so he could kill them. What a terrifying young man. And as everyone thought, Lin Ming's merit points finally stopped at 1.07 billion. This was just enough to exchange for the golden page. Where is Lin Muck? Someone asked out loud. For a time, everyone's eyes panned over the crowd. However, there were too many people standing in front of the Emperor God Wall. With all of these large influences gathered together, it was an extremely messy and chaotic scene. Wasn't wanting to look for a single person in this sea of people easier said than done? Moreover, this Lin Muck had most likely hidden his identity, and had probably changed his appearance. After all, Lin Muck had offended far too many people in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Moreover, with him wanting to do something so attention-grabbing like exchanging for the golden page, it would be impossible for him to show his true appearance to those here. As everyone was looking for Lin Muck, the entrance to the Akashic Dream battlefield closed. If one didn't leave the Akashic Dream battlefield before the entrance closed again, then all martial artists within would die. Of course, their true bodies wouldn't die, but their merit points would be erased. Lin Muck is among us. Someone shouted out in a bass voice. But no one knew where he was. This was a ruthless youth who could even kill an Empyrean at the same cultivation level. If he wanted to hide, wasn't finding him easier said than done? Moreover, out of the martial artists present, the one with the highest cultivation was only a half-step Empyrean. After Chaos Demon God left, there were no true Empyreans here. Who could find Lin Ming? That human, the small influence he came from is. Many people suddenly thought of looking for the small influence that Lin Ming had entered through. They soon found Zenith Palace. For a time, the Zenith Vice Palace Master and Jadariva's complexions turned grey. What should have come had now come. Their Zenith Palace had no place to hide. But luckily for them, they only had a passing relationship with Lin Ming. If they were honest, then they wouldn't be sucked into this mess. No wonder, so that youth who killed Empyrean Myriad Ghost was brought by you. Guru Kuan said with realization. Only now did he understand the Vice Palace Master's constipated expression. Soon, Jade River and the Vice Palace Master were taken away to be questioned. As for Guru Kuan, he didn't stop them from being whisked away. After all, there were no consequences to dying in the Akashic Dream universe, and fighting in Emperor City was forbidden to begin with. Chapter 1832, Next to Sheng Mai. Chapter 1832, Next to Sheng Mai. Great desolate glacier? You're saying that human was buried deep in the snow, half his body iced over, and when your Zenith Palace went there to look for the hornless ice dragon, as a result you ended up finding Lin Muck instead? Those from Zenith Palace were taken off by a number of great influences and interrogated separately, so the truth about how they found Lin Ming was soon known. Zenith Palace naturally didn't dare to hide anything concerning Lin Ming, including how they had misunderstood Lin Ming's strength at the start, and even how they planned to use him as an object of study to further perfect their soul and energy dual cultivation method. Early Holy Lord? What are you saying? Are you saying that when you ran into that human he was only at the early Holy Lord realm? Upon hearing of Lin Ming's cultivation, the several great world kings present stood up. Those from Yellow Springs Palace were particularly agitated. Old man, are you saying that Lin Muck was only at the early Holy Lord realm? The direct disciples of Empyrean Myriad Ghost were all morbidly thin like bags of bones. However, each one was exceedingly tall. One of these tall disciples was an old man with green hair. He picked up the Zenith Vice Palace Master as easily as a chicken. The Zenith Vice Palace Master turned ash white. In front of such a character, his status was nothing to speak of. This lowly servant doesn't dare to lie. The Vice Palace Master reluctantly said. Are you saying that my honorable master was defeated beneath the hands of an early Holy Lord Realm Junior? The green-haired old man's eyes turned blood red, as if he could devour the Vice Palace Master alive. The disciples of Yellow Springs Palace were all covered with a gloomy yin energy and their conduct was strange and bizarre. If they really did eat others, it wouldn't be a surprise at all. The Vice Palace Master's palms began to sweat. He grit his teeth and nodded, unless Lin Muck was deliberately tricking me. But it should be true that his skeletal age is extremely low. Facing an interrogation from so many large influences, the pressure on the Zenith Vice Palace Master was far too great. If any one of these large influences were stirred up, then there wouldn't be any good result for them at all. There was the possibility that the entirety of Zenith Palace would be annihilated. Humph! The green-haired old man angrily coughed. Empyrean Myriad Ghost had lost to such a little bastard that he was getting enraged just thinking about it. He had a lot of grievances to vent but didn't know just who to vent them on. And at this time, a middle-aged man standing nearby said, "Old Green, stop being angry just because you've been disgraced. All the clues indicate that this Lin Muck is indeed a junior and a monstrously talented individual, to the point that none of us can imagine. If you take out your anger on Zenith Palace, it won't be of any use." The middle-aged man came from Chaos Divine Palace. Chaos Divine Palace and Yellow Springs Palace were sworn enemies of each other. But at this time, both of their old ancestors had been defeated by a junior. There was no need to mention Empyrean Myriad Ghost, who had been killed by Lin Muck, but even Chaos Demon God had been forced into hiding for the remainder of the 3 years, not daring to appear in front of Lin Ming. It was only when the Akashic Dream battlefield opened once more that he left in a huff. With a common enemy, the originally contentious relationship between Chaos Divine Palace and Yellow Springs Palace loosened a little. We have to discuss countermeasures and how to look for Lin Muck. He has offended so many people in the Akashic Dream battlefield that he's become the enemy of the public. Moreover, there is definitely some secret on his body, otherwise it would have been impossible to grow to such a degree. Perhaps he obtained an extraordinary ancient lucky chance of some sort. In ancient times, humans had been no weaker than the spiriters. There were some human supreme elders who had hidden vaults of astronomical value. Yes, in any case we must find this fellow. I suspect he has already left Emperor City by now. What a pity, after a martial artist enters the Akashic Dream battlefield, their true body will be sealed away by the laws in a different space, so it will be impossible to find. Otherwise, everything would work out easier if we could find his true body. Many high-level figures of these large influences began to form plans together. Lin Ming had slapped all their faces in the Akashic Dream battlefield, and he also likely had some profound treasure hidden on his body. And most important of all, Lin Ming was only a little junior that hadn't grown yet. In this sort of situation, how could they let Lin Ming go? As the elders were plotting together, a loud noise began to rise from outside. "What is it?" Old Green roared out. "What are you all making so much noise for?" "Elder, someone has neared the Emperor God Wall." "It might be." Before this person finished speaking, the green-haired old man rushed outside, accompanied by the other high-level figures of large influences, all of them overflowing with killing intent. The Emperor God Wall released a horrifying pressure at all times, disallowing anyone from approaching too close. This was true no matter how talented one was, and even Empyreans weren't an exception. No one could violate the laws of the Akashic Dream universe. But there was one exception. This was if a person had obtained the qualifications to leave behind their name on the Emperor God Wall. Then, the Emperor God Wall would allow this person to approach and carve their name. Now that someone was approaching the Emperor God Wall, they all thought of one person, Lin Muck. Bang bang bang! Masses of people hurtled towards the Emperor God Wall. They could see that in the far-off distance, a blue-clothed youth was flying towards the Emperor God Wall with a smug expression on his face. The horrifying pressure that scared off all others didn't seem to exist to him at all. As he approached the Emperor God Wall on the wind, his steps seemed calm and stable. From everyone's angle, they could only see this youth's back and not his appearance. "It's him, it's Lin Muck," many people immediately surmised. During this round of the Akashic Dream battlefield, only Lin Ming managed to obtain the approval of the Emperor God Wall and approach so easily. "This damned brat," someone angrily said before they flew towards Lin Ming. But before this person could get too close, he was unable to continue due to the massive pressure exuding from the Emperor God Wall. But he had already been prepared for this. As he reached the limit for how far he could go, he suddenly threw out his sword. Fuse with my soul force, spirit sword. This person poured all of his soul force into this sword. The sword shot through the air, approaching Lin Ming's back. However, this sword was also governed by the laws of Emperor City as well as the pressure from the Emperor God Wall. The sword only managed to fly out several thousand feet before it exploded into pieces, and the soul force attached to it was also torn apart. The person who threw the sword stuffily coughed, taking several steps back as he paled. He had suffered a severe backlash. Don't be reckless, it is impossible for us to approach the Emperor God Wall, and it is also extremely dangerous for anyone who dares to attack near it. Someone blocked everyone else. From start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't even turned his head as he continued flying towards the Emperor God Wall. What do we do? Do we just watch on as he does whatever he wants? Someone said with deep unwillingness. Many people shook their heads. They were indeed helpless in this situation. They could only stare blankly on as Lin Ming flew forwards. And, what was most depressing was that they couldn't even see Lin Ming's face. This human, he wants to carve his name on the Emperor God Wall. The Emperor God Wall itself was a titanic divine mountain and one of the natural walls of Emperor City. As Lin Ming flew towards the Emperor God Wall, he seemed like a tiny speck of dust against a massive mountain, nearly unnoticeable. Lin Ming flew higher as he chose the spot to carve his name. Carving one's name on the Emperor God Wall wasn't difficult in itself. What was difficult was earning the qualifications to do so. Finally, he stopped. The area he chose didn't seem particularly special, but if one looked to the side, they would see two more characters written in a flowing and beautiful manner, Sheng Mai. These two characters were drawn like twin phoenixes dancing in the skies, and contained the deep meaning of numerous laws. If an influence could copy these two characters, it would become the most precious inheritance of their sect. Ca. Lin Ming drew out a black spear. This was the Black Dragon Spear. As this spear appeared, a vast and ancient aura erupted outwards. Even the Emperor God Wall didn't seem completely capable of suppressing this aura. The place the human chose is next to Empress Sheng Mai. He wants to carve his characters next to Empress Sheng Mai's. This is. Some people cried out loud as they realized Lin Ming's plan. Sheng Mai was a goddess of the spiriters. Now, a human wanted to carve his name next to their people's goddess. This touched upon the fragile mentality of all spiriters martial artists present. It was like this action was mercilessly taunting the spiriters martial artists of this generation, because none of them had been able to win the qualifications to carve their name on the Emperor God Wall. For the last 1,000,000 years, in the entirety of the Spiriters' 7 heavens, only Sheng Mai had earned the rights to leave behind her name on the Emperor God Wall. As for them, all of them were ordinary martial artists that hadn't been recognized. Now, a mere human was actually planning to carve his name near Sheng Mai's to be on par with her, even making it faintly feel like a couple flying together. How could they not be incensed by this? This bastard. Some people gripped their fists in a rage. At this time, Lin Ming finally moved. The Black Dragon Spear was flourished in an epic manner. The sharp spear edge drew on the Emperor God Wall, emitting a crisp sound of stone on metal. At the same time, countless sparks flew out. Lin Ming's writing was as smooth as dancing dragons and phoenixes, and every line he drew contained a rumbling god-killing intent. Looking at the characters he drew was like watching an Azura on a golden chariot tear their way through an endless battlefield of slaughter, overwhelming all enemies. Countless stone shards flew out, but these shards were reabsorbed by the Emperor God Wall, only leaving behind the drawn lines. But, what startled those watching was that Lin Ming didn't leave behind the name Lin Muck, but had drawn out, Polar Ice Lin. Polar Ice Lin, is that Lin Muck's title? We don't even know if Lin Muck is his true name. He probably just made it up on the spot when he ran into those disciples of Zenith Palace. There were many suspicious points about why Lin Ming had suddenly appeared on the Great Desolate Glacier. It likely involved some great secret, so it was reasonable if he gave out a fake name. People didn't even know if the title of Polar Ice Lin was true or not. I'm about to be aggravated to death. Old Green shook as he spoke. Everyone could only stare helplessly on as Lin Ming drew these characters right next to Sheng Mai's. Yet, There was nothing any of them could do. Block off Emperor City. Someone roared. It's too late. There aren't any Empyreans present, and even if there were they still wouldn't be able to near the Emperor God Wall. We can block off 3 sides of Emperor City, but to Lin Muck this doesn't matter at all. His actions are purposefully provoking the goddess of my people. This is an unforgivable crime. Curse him. If one day I can carve my name atop the Emperor God Wall, I will ruin his characters, a spiritus genius unwillingly said. But no one could agree with his words. Even his friends from his own sect didn't believe he had even the smallest chance of carving his name atop the Emperor God Wall. Chapter 1833, Golden Page. Chapter 1833, Golden Page. After carving the title of Polar Ice Lin into the Emperor God Wall, Lin Ming felt that his mind had become connected to it. All sorts of thoughts crossed his mind and some things seemed to be within his reach. Golden Page. Lin Ming meditated in his mind. He thrust out a hand and his entire hand sank into the Emperor God Wall. As he pulled it back, a thin golden piece of paper appeared in his grasp. This was the golden page that was exchanged with 1 billion merit point. Lin Ming was excited. He found that this golden page was different from what he had thought. He originally thought that the golden page would be a heavy piece of gold paper, around the size of a normal tome. But he never thought that the golden page in his hand would be as soft as gauze. As he grabbed it, he felt just how large it was. After unfolding it, it was almost 3 feet long, just like a small cassia worn by a monk. The golden page was extremely soft, as smooth as silk. When it was placed against the sun, it was nearly transparent. However, it was extremely heavy. In Lin Ming's impression, if he held something so heavy in his hands it should hang down due to its own weight and would be difficult to shake. But the truth was that as he held this golden page in his hands, it had an airy feel to it, seeming as if it would flutter in the wind. What a mysterious object. Lin Ming could feel that this golden page was extraordinary. As he looked at it he could see thick lines of runes engraved into it. Among these runes, 2 particularly large ancient characters stood out, illuminating the page like 2 dark golden moons, shining with a sacred light. These 2 characters spelled, Holy Scripture. Holy Scripture, only 2 words but containing an incomprehensibly domineering momentum. With just these 2 words as its name, there were no other embellishments. This was enough to prove just how powerful this golden page was. It contained unsurpassed mysteries and endless true meanings. Holy Scripture, is this the so-called Spiritus Holy Scripture? Lin Ming could feel that the golden page in his hands was a remnant of the Spiritus Holy Scripture, however its name was not Spiritus Holy Scripture but instead only Holy Scripture. This caused Lin Ming to suspect whether or not the word Spiritus had been added to the front of Holy Scripture afterwards. In truth, was the creator of the Spiritus Holy Scripture even the first ancestor of all Spiritus? This wasn't necessarily the truth, but only the history that had been created by the Spiritus. As for whether or not it was correct, that was another issue altogether. What Lin Ming could confirm was that the creator of the Holy Scripture was an existence that had arrived at the pinnacle of the soul-forging system. In terms of cultivation systems, it was similar to that of the Spiritus. Lin Ming continued to look through the cicada wing-thin golden page. He found that there were far too many tiny runes covering the page, and each rune was incredibly difficult to discern clearly. In fact, if one focused too much, an unknown force would pierce into one's spiritual sea, causing a stabbing pain to the eyes and soul. Was this a remnant spirit mark left behind in the Holy Scripture, or perhaps even a bit of soul force? Lin Ming was amazed. This golden page was far too strange. Even with his current strength, he found it incredibly difficult to read. Just looking at a single rune made him feel as if he would overdraw his soul force. At this time, a flow of information passed into Lin Ming's mind. His thoughts stirred as he perked up to attention. This information was vague, but it gave Lin Ming an approximate feeling. Although he had exchanged for the golden page, the truth was that he had only been able to borrow it. As for the borrowing duration, that was actually Lin Ming's lifespan. As long as Lin Ming was alive, this golden page would be lent to him. But if he died, the golden page would be reabsorbed into the Emperor God Wall. As this information passed into Lin Ming's mind, all sorts of thoughts raced through him. There were likely many of these golden pages, but because of the restrictions of the laws, no matter how much time passed, it would be impossible to exchange for all the golden pages of the Emperor God Wall. If so, then the so-called original Spiritus Holy Scripture might not be the original copy after all. Instead, it was a replica slowly formed over the billions of years of history of the Spiritus, with people exchanging for golden pages throughout time and making copies of them. But this replica was incomparably far from the true authentic work. One could even say that they couldn't be compared at all. That meant that even someone who possessed the Spiritus Holy Scripture would covet the golden page in his hands. As these thoughts passed through Lin Ming's mind, he sucked in a deep breath. It was impossible for him to hide the news that he had exchanged 1 billion merit points for the golden page. Now, he would become the focus of the public. Luckily, this was the Akashic Dream universe. If Lin Ming were in the real world, things would undoubtedly become far more dangerous for him. I can't read this here. I have to leave first. Lin Ming didn't need to turn around to realize that there was a massive commotion occurring behind him. As he floated in front of the Emperor God Wall, an innumerable number of people had gathered behind him, all of them wanting to shred him to pieces and steal away his golden page. Unfortunately for them, the Emperor God Wall's terrifying pressure meant that these people couldn't even cast their divine sense towards him. Even so, they had already transmitted this news through various means. Currently, it had only been half an hour since everyone had emerged from the Akashic Dream battlefield, and powerhouses had yet to catch up. But as time passed, more and more masters would arrive here. In the incomparably massive Akashic Dream universe, there were undoubtedly many Empyreans and possibly even true divinities. Lin Ming didn't want to wait at the Emperor God Wall until an Empyrean arrived. By that time, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. After putting away the golden page, Lin Ming shot into the sky, instantly soaring up hundreds of thousands of feet. Then, like a sparrow, he flew directly over the mountain-like Emperor God Wall and vanished over the other side. He ran away. He's crossed the divine mountain. We can't chase after him. In Emperor City, 3 of the city walls were over 1,000 miles long. However, on the north side where the divine mountain was located, that mountain range stretched for countless tens of thousands of miles, acting as a natural moat that no one could cross unless they had the qualifications to approach and carve their name. As many people looked at Lin Ming, flames nearly spewed out from their eyes. They had been forced to watch on as Lin Ming left his name right next to Sheng Mai's on the Emperor God Wall, took his reward, and then pompously flew away. I hate him. Old Green roared out, stamping his feet on the ground. He beat his fists against his chest, so angry that his liver and gallbladder hurt. Ignoring the secret that Lin Ming had on his body, just the value of that golden page was incomprehensible. Yet, no one in their sect was capable of obtaining it. Even asking for 1/10 of the required merit points was completely impossible. That is the treasure of us Spiritus, yet it was taken by a human, debased human, he's stolen away what belongs to us. The most sacred treasure of my soul race. How could it have fallen into the hands of a human? We must kill him and take it back. At this time, the animosity between the Spiritus and Lin Ming had extended far past the great world kings and Empyrean that he had killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Now, he had touched upon the reverse scale of many large Spiritus influences and had even taken away a treasure that true divinities would be jealous of. As these various great influences spread this news, Lin Ming had already crossed the Emperor God Wall and flown into the vast depths of the Akashic Dream universe. His flight speed was extremely fast. As he flew, his body emitted crackling sounds as his form changed. He shrank, becoming shorter and thinner, and his looks became increasingly ordinary. His eye sockets deepened. If he were thrown into a crowd of mortals, it would be impossible to notice him. Lin Ming's application of the bodily rebirth technique had reached an extremely high boundary. In addition to his deep cultivation and strength, even an Empyrean might not be able to see through his camouflage. But if Lin Ming were to meet a true divinity, he didn't have any confidence that he would be able to fool them. However, what sort of character was a true divinity? In the 7 heavens that comprised the soul world, there were likely not more than a handful of true divinities, so Lin Ming didn't worry about them at all. Lin Ming thought about it. He folded up the golden page and placed it near his chest, against his heart. His body became a series of after-images as he vanished into the horizon. Although the war in the Akashic Dream battlefield had ended, Lin Ming didn't plan on leaving the Akashic Dream universe just yet. He had come here to adventure and also to find Sheng Mai. In the 7 universes of the soul world, Lin Ming didn't even know which one Sheng Mai was residing in. For him to find Sheng Mai like this was far too difficult. Thus, the best way to do so would be to cause a massive disturbance in the Akashic Dream universe and force Sheng Mai to seek him out on her own initiative. Lin Ming already anticipated that the matter of him leaving behind his name on the Emperor God wall and right next to Sheng Mai's would soon enter into the universes of the spiriters, and subsequently pass into her ears. This was the reason Lin Ming deliberately left behind such a title next to Sheng Mai's name. Chapter 1834, 7th Revolution Sheng Mai. Chapter 1834, 7th Revolution Sheng Mai. The main universe of the soul world was also the largest universe of the soul world's 7 heavens. This universe had 4,800 great worlds, and their martial arts civilization had been inherited continuously for over 8 billion years. The so-called inheritance that continued for over 8 billion years meant that for the last 8 billion years, there had been no great calamities that ruined them. Rather, they only developed to higher heights without ever being destroyed. This allowed this universe's martial arts civilization to reach an inconceivable degree of glory. And the background of the Spiriters' main universe had reached depths so great that it was almost impossible to imagine. From 5 billion years ago, after the Spiriters' main universe had existed for over 3 billion years, true divinities began to appear amongst the ranks of the Spiriters' martial artists. The birth of a true divinity required not only the accumulation of inheritances but also a deep background and the support of a great destiny. For a shallow universe like the divine realm, it was hard for enough threads of destiny to gather together to nurture the ascendance of a true divinity. Generation upon generation of true divinities would also leave behind their own inheritances that accumulated over time. These were the enlightenments of existences that stood above Empyreans. It was a mind-boggling level of wealth. The Spiriters possessed more than 7 universes, and over half of the entire soul race's strength was concentrated in their main universe. In this universe, the most bustling first-order world was also the hub world of the Spiriters. Here, ordinary world kings had only average statuses. Here, Empyreans numbered in the double digits, and above Empyreans there was even a true divinity. This true divinity was none other than the Soul Emperor, the ruler of the soul world's 7 heavens. He was the highest existence amongst the Spiriters. The Holy Land he established was called the Soul Rapture Holy Lands. Without a doubt, it was the largest influence of the Spiriters. The Soul Rapture Holy Lands occupied over half the land of the great world's central continent. There were broad smelting trials and innumerable mystic realms. The training conditions here were so rich that geniuses of other influences could only hope to live here. At this time, within the Soul Rapture Holy Lands, in a small world filled with the atmosphere of spring. This small world was warm and pure. The morning sunlight sprinkled down, scattering upon the floor like golden yarn. All sorts of spirit grasses and flowers grew, and spiritual dew condensed on these plants. A single drop of this dew, if it fell into the outside world, would be considered the water of a divine spring and stir up a storm of blood and chaos. But here, this was only the most common of flower dew. It would gather every morning and then evaporate as the sun rose. In this immortal fairyland, there was an ordinary table, and in front of this table was a chair carved from white jade, not seeming special at all. A pair of pale feet casually stepped atop the green grass in front of this chair, the toes like pearl drops. These were the feet of a magnificent woman. She wore purple clothes and her legs were straight. Her curves and her face were perfectly molded, like the most exquisite forms of art. A blue bird fluttered on her shoulder. This bird was gorgeous and its feathers were dazzling. Its eyes were like twin sapphires. At this time, the woman was completely entranced. As the sunlight fell upon her pitch-black hair that fell like an inky waterfall, it reflected a purple-gold gloss. In her hands and lying on the table was a thin piece of golden paper, nearly invisible in the sun. Countless tiny runes were written atop this golden paper. She carefully read through the mysterious principles of these runes. Sometimes, her nose would wrinkle and her eyelashes would move, and she would even sway about, leaving behind faint shadows that were beautiful to behold. If Lin Ming were here, he would naturally recognize what this was. The golden paper that this woman was looking at was one of the golden pages from the Holy Scripture. As for this woman, she was Soul Empress Sheng Mai. The bird on her shoulder was her contract beast, the deep blue ice phoenix. After many years, the Sheng Mai of today was different from before. She gave off a feeling as if she had broken free from her cocoon and had been reborn. Her temperament became increasingly perfect, like she was an immortal from the highest heavens, making all mortals beneath her feel naught but inferiority. This was because Sheng Mai had finally completed the 7th revolution of her grand reincarnation art. Like a phoenix through nirvana, she had obtained a new life. And all of this was also partly thanks to Lin Ming. Because of Lin Ming's help, Sheng Mai had obtained an even greater lucky chance from the Azura Road's final trial. With this lucky chance, she had been able to use it to complete the 7th revolution of the grand reincarnation art. Currently, Sheng Mai was deeply perceiving the Spiritor's Holy Scripture, in preparation for attacking that mythical 8th revolution. She had a faint premonition that the 8th revolution would be incomparably hard. It would cost her a massive amount of time and require an incomprehensible amount of energy and effort to complete. And the most mysterious 9th revolution that only existed in legends, even Sheng Mai didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in completing it. This was because the Spiritor's Soul Emperor was also stuck at this step, unable to cross it. Although the Soul Emperor hadn't succeeded, Sheng Mai still wanted to try attacking the 9th revolution. In her road of martial arts, she desired to stand at the peak of all martial arts and see what the scenery there was like. Just as she was about to put away the golden page and set out, at this time, not too far away, there was a light tinkling sound in the spirit springs not too far from her. A beautiful rainbow fish leapt up from the springs, jumping in front of Sheng Mai. It put out a token and then swished around before splashing back into the spirit springs. Millimeter? Sheng Mai's eyebrows pressed together. She picked up the token. What happened? During her seclusion, no one was allowed to disturb her. To be delivered a token now likely meant it was some serious matter. She swept her sense through the token and thoroughly investigated the contents. A surprised look flashed through her eyes. Polar Ice Lin, that is the title someone carved on the Emperor God wall, right next to my name. Moreover, he has a golden page and he is even a human. In the entire 33 heavens, there was only a handful of people that would be able to carve their names into the Emperor God wall. In addition, this person was surnamed Lin and was also a human. With all these factors added together, Sheng Mai suddenly recalled someone. And that name Polar Ice Lin. This Polar Ice, it was likely that. Sheng Mai unconsciously thought back to the final trial's undying Polar Ice. Polar Ice Lin, could it be Lin Ming? Otherwise, it was impossible to explain such coincidences in the world. A human had chosen to carve the name Polar Ice Lin right next to her own. It was extremely likely that Lin Ming wanted to tell her something, that he had come to the soul world. Lin Ming. Sheng Mai stood up, a thoughtful look on her face. He wants to see me. Towards Lin Ming, Sheng Mai couldn't quite describe just what she felt. They could be considered enemies as well as friends. But what a pity, he was not a spiritus. The golden page in his hands should be the second wood page. For this page, I should see him at least once. Like this, Sheng Mai flew out from the small world. At this time, in a remote mountain deep within the Akashic Dream universe, Lin Ming had opened up his own cave dwelling and was quietly reading through the golden page. Scanning this golden page placed an enormous burden on his eyes, often making his eyes and mind hurt. It was like countless needles poking at his thoughts. He couldn't help but put the golden page down periodically and take a rest before starting reading again. Reading this golden page required a strong soul force. With Lin Ming's current strength, he was just barely able to do it. However, Lin Ming discovered that even though there was a piercing pain to his spiritual sea as he read through the page, as he read through it day after day, he also noticed that his soul seemed to be constantly tempered throughout. The direct manifestation of this was that he could read the golden page for longer and longer periods of time with each attempt. The more Lin Ming read, the more he discovered that the writer of the Holy Scripture was also an era-shaking, peerless character. But it was unknown just why he had engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the Azura Roadmaster. Like this, Lin Ming used an entire month to read through the golden page. He also finally knew just what was recorded within the Holy Scripture. The Azura Heavenly Tao could be called, in a way, a comprehensive summary of the laws of the 33 heavens, a way of standing on par with the great Tao of the universe. And this Holy Scripture was the exploration of a martial artist, the excavation of their complete life potential. Law of reincarnation. Art of eternal life. Lin Ming was amazed. The law of reincarnation was the grand reincarnation art that Sheng Mai cultivated. It was one of the most essential parts of the Holy Scripture. However, besides the law of reincarnation, there was an even more terrifying arcane technique within the Holy Scripture, something that could truly be described as defying the will of the heavens. Its name was the art of eternal life. Eternal life. That sounded like an unbelievable concept. If a martial artist could achieve immortality, then as long as they lived, their strength would constantly increase. If they could live for 10 billion years, just how strong would they become? What level would they reach? It was impossible to imagine. A mystic stone, after experiencing the infinite washing of time, could eventually become an essence spirit embryo stone. So, if a pig were to experience the infinite tempering of years, even it could eventually accumulate the good fortune of the world and obtain enlightenment, becoming a monster, and then a monster emperor, and sooner or later rule a world. The art of eternal life complemented the law of reincarnation. But, in order to cultivate the art of eternal life, one needed an eternal soul. And this sort of mythical soul had already vanished for billions and billions of years. As for the art of eternal life, it became nothing but a story. Eternal soul. Lin Ming's thoughts chilled. He certainly remembered that in one of his encounters with Sheng Mai in the past, Sheng Mai had said that his soul was similar to the eternal soul. In the past, Lin Ming believed that this was because of the magic cube. The existence of the magic cube had caused some sort of fundamental mutation to Lin Ming's soul. Lin Ming couldn't help but think, was his soul the eternal soul? With my soul, can I succeed in cultivating the art of eternal life? According to the records of the Holy Scripture, it was nearly impossible to cultivate the art of eternal life. In fact, it wasn't a perfect cultivation method. Even the creator of this cultivation method, the author of the Holy Scripture, had only completed a part of this art of eternal life in the past. Even the one who wrote the Holy Scripture hadn't been able to eventually obtain eternal life. Eternal life, it was a curse upon the Heavenly Tao, something that the Heavenly Tao would never allow. Even universes would eventually perish, much less life. I wonder if I can see the boundary of eternal life after surpassing a true divinity. Lin Ming inexplicably thought. He had no idea whether the Azura Roadmaster was alive or dead. This Holy Scripture is a peerless treasure. Unfortunately, I only have a single page. If I can obtain other pages, then my understandings towards life will reach new heights. If I can cultivate the grand reincarnation art, then let alone the 7th, 8th, or 9th revolution, as long as I can complete 6 revolutions, my strength will greatly increase. As Lin Ming thought of this, he became increasingly excited. It had to be known that a good portion of Sheng Mai's strength was due to the grand reincarnation art. The Azura Sutra and Holy Scripture were both peerless cultivation methods that spoke of the true meaning of the Great Tao. One explored the limits of the universe and the other explored the limits of a martial artist. If both could be gathered together, just what would that be like? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.